And we're live.
And this is PM in the PM. And I'm glad to see everybody in the chat is strapped up and ready to go.
Whoa.
Thank you all for being here. Yes, that is correct. Well, you were late, so the chat was getting a little bit restless. So
they're putting
everybody decided to get strapped up.
Like,
okay. Yeah. Everybody's got the lube out, got the strap-ons ready. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's go.
All right,
let's go. This is going to be a different type of PM in the PM.
It's that kind of party. All right.
Welcome everybody to another beautiful Thursday night. It is starting to get dark out. That means winter is approaching. It is getting cold and wet here. Man, we got gaming coming up.
Too much lube?
Yeah, no, that'd be hot and wet. I'd hope, but cold and wet is different. That'd be a little strange. I guess ice cubes. I mean, you can do that. Anyways, wow. Where are we going, folks? But no, it is Thursday, October the 26th, coming up on Halloween. It is getting scary out there in this industry. Boy, oh boy, are the dominoes falling everywhere. This is something that we talked about, Mav. ABK was going to be that tipping point, and it seems like it's tipping in a lot of different directions depending on what side you will have been on. So we are going to get into that. Some massive power moves from Xbox today. If there was any doubt about whether or not they are all in on gaming, let today be the final nail in that coffin, folks. Let that be a lesson to all of you who may have doubted Satya, who may have doubted Phil, who may have doubted Microsoft Corp, because the moves they made today to solidify their management team tells you everything you need to know. But we're going to talk about that. But first things first, let's get to my man, my right-hand man on this show, the CEO of Fun Speculation Network on all other days, except for today. He is in the lead chair. But the one, the only Fun Speculation, AKA Mav, who ran his ass off, dove into his chair, and turned on the show. That's how it worked. I saw him. I saw it all happen. He was actually underneath the desk when he turned it on when I first got here. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of that going on today there, Mav. How you doing, brother? What's going on, man?
Crawling under desk. We got other stuff with lube and strap-ons.
Yeah.
What kind of show is this starting out to be?
We're getting excited today, brother. Let's go.
What is up, dude? This is gonna be a fun one, man. I was like thinking last night, like, what are we gonna have for the thumbnail? What's gonna be for the show tomorrow? And then news just gets delivered to us on Thursday sometimes, because we were already thinking about some things, right, with the PlayStation turmoil that seems to be happening and all this kind of stuff.
And we had the partner preview from Xbox, which was cool, which we're going to talk about too.
Yeah. Yep. And then the Xbox dropped the bomb about, hey, they got a new president. New president of Xbox, Madam President Sarah Bond. And also, Booty got a promo too. He did. Booty got some more responsibility there as well. We're going to talk about that.
We are.
Killer. Man, it's gonna be interesting, man. Like, it's weird that they'd be making all these moves when they're planning on going out of business in 2027. I don't understand it, Pong Soul. Everybody said they're gonna shut shop in 2027. They're gonna bring all these studios down that they acquired with them. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get Satya's comments about doubling down. I don't underend all these things. What do they mean?
No.
How are they gonna do all this when they
So
plan
confused.
to shut down in 2027? I don't know. It's so weird. But yeah, I mean, I've just been playing games and hanging out and working and stuff. But awesome to be here with you every Thursday.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite times of the week. Pong Soul, host of PM in the PM.
Yes, sir.
The one and only encyclopedia of gaming, dating back to the very first game ever created. The Diablo connoisseur that is piling on more uniques than any man ever before. What is up, dude?
I got one of the special uniques too, Mav.
Did
one
you?
Of the new ones.
You got
yes,
oh.
yes, I did, sir. I got one of the special uniques that was created for season 2. Thinking about redoing my whole class because of it. So we're gonna see if I wind up doing that. But yeah, man, what a week! What a week! I have been going to bed earlier. You and I have been missing each other because you've had your shows and been getting on later. And I had again. I'm getting too old, man. I can't do too many nights in a row. But Diablo, I've been getting about an hour, maybe an hour and a half in a night. Man, let me tell you something, Mab. What's really cool, and I'm not going to go on a whole Diablo thing because we've talked so much about it. But again, if you haven't jumped into Diablo 2 or Diablo 4 Season 2, as of yet, I know there's a lot to play, but if you have any inkling towards Diablo and you just want to see if you're going to like it, now's the time to try it out. Our first when Diablo 4 first dropped before the season, we spent what, Mav? 3 weeks solid putting in massive hours into that game, right? And that was with my rogue, and I hit level 84 before season 1 came out. Mm-hmm. It's been out for what is this, a week? Season 2?
I think so.
It's been a week.
Yeah.
Week. Yeah. Week. I've already hit level 80 just to kind of give you guys and not put in as many hours as I did when it initially dropped. So if you want any idea of how much more experience they are now giving you and letting you level up without the grind factor, that'll tell you everything you need to know right now. So I'm already level 80 with my Sork, just absolutely loving it. Like I said, I'm thinking about redoing the whole class due to the special uniques that I got. We'll see if I'm going to move that route, but just having a blast in Diablo 4, man. Have pop back in Starfield, of course, away from home, Starfield. It's drawing me back in, man. I'm having a really hard time because Diablo 4 is so damn good now, and those uniques and all the cool treasures dropping everywhere really gets my juices flowing. But Starfield is still there, right there, and I want to play that. But yeah, that's been my week. Otherwise, just paying attention to the news as much as possible and just moment after moment this week of the industry changing. And we're gonna get into it here, Mav, but we talked about this, how ABK was going to shape Microsoft and Xbox and a lot of the industry going forward. And it's going to take time, but we're already seeing those ripple effects, and it's impossible to deny. A lot of what we're going to talk about tonight on the PlayStation side is still speculation because we don't know where they're moving, who's going to be in the positions that need to be filled now. That's going to tell us a lot. But obviously the Xbox moves today tell us everything we need to know. And we're definitely going to talk about that. But man, love this industry. I put it out today. This industry is never boring. It doesn't seem to have any dull moments anymore. Sure, we have our weeks that are light on news, but overall, month to month, there is always something major happen. And let's be real, it's been a whole lot of green for the past couple of years, a whole lot of Xbox news that's been dropping, and it just continued this week. Their partner preview, we'll get into it. Absolutely loved it. Shout out to Tina Amini, new hire. I said it in our DMs, underrated hire by Phil Spencer that probably will have a big impact behind the scenes that we aren't even aware of, because ever since she joined that team, we have gotten directs, and now we got these partner preview programs, and both have knocked it out of the park as far as my opinion goes. And remember, she was just this hire out of IGN's team that nobody really had heard of a whole lot. Here she is building a team out that is changing the marketing, at least the show marketing for Xbox. And that's going to drive a lot of their image going forward as they develop this stuff, because we're going to see more and more of these shows. So I'm excited to get down to talk. If you can't tell, man, I've been holding on a lot all this week. Again, haven't talked to anybody really in party chat or anything where we do a lot of discussion. So yeah, I'm ready to talk, man. This is exciting times, man. This really is. So
yeah, it is. Crazy stuff going. Just crazy stuff. Lots all over the place. Stuff to talk about.
Right.
You want to say hi to the chat?
I can. I thought you were going to grab these member super chats here. Are you going to grab those?
Let's make that a part of it for sure.
Okay, all right. Well, that's fine. Otherwise, I can go through too as I do it. Let's do it. I'll do it that way, Mav. I'll grab the chat and grab these member super chats rolling on in here as well. So shout out to Decado, who is in here early. Decado, always great to see you. And then we got Tony Grasso, the one and only Tony Grasso, jumping in here with a member for 24 months of the Speculators. Thank you very much, sir. As always says, I've never done anything for 2 years consecutively. Wow. Not even a job, Tony Grasso. Okay. All right. Well, hey, congratulations, right? You were one of those people that likes change a lot, I bet. So
he's a mover and a shaker.
And a shaker. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect.
Tony Grasso.
OCDgamer, what is going on? We've got Serve in here. What's going on, Serve? Great to see you as always. Sanchez, MTZ Gaming dropping in here, said, nah, Xbox shutting down tomorrow, according to Ponies. Yeah, well, we know their track record at this point. We got God Emperor Sofa King in the house. What's going on? It says PS is in shambles. We are going to see. I'm not ready to say that yet, but we are going to see what they do to replace some of these people that they are getting ready and are getting let go. I think there might be something bigger going on over at PlayStation 2, but we might speculate on that later. We got RSJ fan. What's going on, my friend? Great to have you in here. We got the one and the only Doom Reaper in here. What's going on, Doom? And we got the beautiful Miss Kaitlin, who once again knocked it out of the park with our thumbnail and getting that tweet out there to let everybody know that we were going to go live in an hour. Thank you, Kaitlin. As always, great to see you. David Weinholt, what is going on? He says, people said they shutting down Xbox console division in 2027 to go full third-party publisher on PlayStation, Nintendo, not shutting down all of Xbox. Yeah, we know that, but that's still not the case whatsoever. Everybody's going third-party at some point. Just letting you know now. If you don't know, it's going to happen at some point in our lifetime. Who else we got in here? We got Sensei Matrix. What's going on, Sensei Matrix? Sensei Matrix, shout out to you for sending me. I had seen the Insider Gaming breaking kind of confirmation about Connie, but I do appreciate you and everybody else who sends DMs with news. Do appreciate you, Sensei Matrix. As always, thank you for being here. Mocha Smiley, what's going on, Mocha? Says started Diablo 4 last week, loving it. Yes, this was the time to start Diablo 4. I'm glad you're having a great time. It is a beautiful game. First party, too. Talos Ray, what is going on, Talos Ray? RWK88, sup all? Sup to you, sir. Monster 530, what's going on, Monster? Always great to have you part of the show. The Hooded Canuck, what's going on, Hooded? Great to see you in here. You said never played a Dead Space before. Now is the time to try Dead Space as well, if you have Game Pass Ultimate, and so that means you have EA Play. That means you got Dead Space, the remake, dropped on in there for you. But the older Dead Space, me and Steel are going to get back to our playthrough of Dead Space 3 in co-op. The other Dead Spaces are good as well, but man, oh man, if your first experience is the remake, you are in for a treat. That's for sure. I got it downloaded, and I'm going to check it out at some point. Who else we got in here? We got Psyberwulff in the house. What's going on, Psyberwulff? We got AJH in the house. Great to see you, AJH. We got It's TiMMEH is in here. What's going on? It's TiMMEH. We got the Stone King X. What's going on, Stone King X? Let's go. All this positive Xbox news. Congrats to Sarah Bond. That's right. That is Bond. Sarah Bond to everybody. Madam President as of now. Let's go. It is a good day for Xbox for sure. It's been a good couple of weeks for Xbox. Def Leopard is lurking. What's going on, Def? Always great to see you. Alvin. What's going on, Alvin? Always awesome to have you in here. Mozam Shmeek. Yeah. What's going on, Mozam Shmeek? Great to see you. Who else we got in? We got Night Turtle in the house. What's going on, Night Turtle? Great to see you a part of our chat today. We got the Blackcarde. What's going on, Blackcarde? Great to have you, brother, in the chat as well. Matthew Gale. What is going on, Matthew Gale? Great to see you. Hi, everyone. Hi to you, sir. Who else? We got Truth Serum in here. What's going on, Truth Serum? A lot of people getting some Truth Serum lately around these streets. I'll tell you that much. Who else? Let's see if I missed anybody else. Oh, we got the Polly Baba in the house. What's going on, Polly? Great to see you, sir. We got the one and only. We got the man with the biggest stick of them all. Be wary of what you put in chat because we got the one, the only boss Mod Lethal Papa in the house tonight. Thank you for being here, Boss Mod. Appreciate you, sir. Infinity DOK. What's going on, Infinity? Great to have you a part of our show. We got Andrew Cullinane in the house. Andrew, always great to see you. Oscar Emilio A. Gonzalez. What is going on, Oscar? I love when you come in here with that full name. Thank you for dropping on in the chat and saying hi. Guys are all freaking amazing. We got Ghost Fixter in the house. What's going on, Ghost Fixter? We got Mitchy Dies a Lot. Great to see you, my friend, as well. Let's see if I missed anybody else. I think that's as far as I can go. Let's go to the bottom because y'all like to drop in here. Of course, you all did. Calorie. What's going on, Calorie? Great to see you. Spiderman 356. What's happening, brother? Great to have you part of the show. Louis Jose. It wouldn't be a show without you dropping on here. And we got a $5 super chat from the one and only Jay Rembert. Thank you, Jay. Says, I'm going to share my conspiracy theory. What if Microsoft is ramping up their marketing to convince Take-Two to give them the marketing rights to GTA 6? Whew. I don't know if they have to ramp up their marketing. They're just going to have to drop off one of the largest amounts of money ever.
They got to drop a big bag for that one. Yeah.
But Jay, if that does happen, if Xbox happens to get the marketing rights, now personally, I believe Take-Two is not going to sell their marketing rights to anybody because they don't have to. But if Xbox showed up with an unbelievable offer for them and got those marketing rights, boy, oh boy, 360 generation back in full effect. You would have Call of Duty and GTA back in the house as marketing rights. And of course, Call of Duty being first party now, which is a little different. But talk about power, right? That would be a huge power move on their part. Absolutely 1000%.
What if Sarah Bond goes on stage at the next summer showcase and then reveals the GTA 6 tattoo, right?
What happens if they just bring back Peter Moore as a guest and he does it again?
Oh, if you see Peter Moore on stage at an Xbox thing, you know what's happening.
Can you imagine, bro? That'd be so damn cool, bro. Eastside Vandal, I see you dropping in here. We got Moggs yo to you. We got Vic, the MF Click in the house. What's going on, Click? Always appreciate you, brother, dropping on in here. We got the one and only Jigga J in the house. What's going on, Jigga J? We got Onion Bro. What's going on, Onion Bro? Says, what up, ponies? I don't know. I don't know how many ponies are in here, but what up? We got Spartan 661 in the house. What's going on? Gee, was that your pony? Someone sounds like we're a goat. Speaking of goats, we got KT Doug Goat in the house. What's going on, KT? Great to have you jumping in here. We got Jesse B in the house. Jesse, it's not a show without you. We got Triz. You know what it is coming in here. Sup, Triz? Always awesome to see you guys in here. Duke Togo 13, what's going on? We got Dr. Dinglenut in the house, one of the best names in the chat. What's going on? We got Dion Hayes in here. We got Cullen Prime showing on up. We got Bunty in the house. What's going on, Bunty?
So many names, man.
Bro. Something happened today? Is the community a little excited? Ready to talk some news, man? What do you think?
It's when you see the amount of people that are in the chat, but then they're actually in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yes, they're not just lurking.
Yeah, no, you guys are amazing. Did you get OCDgamer's member for 9 months? I thought the show was about lube and strap-ons.
No, I did not get that one. Thank you for grabbing that one too. Absolutely. Yeah. No, we got more to talk about than lube and strap-ons. I'll tell you that much. Cyber Gunter, great to see you. Mr. 7 Digit, what's going on? Great. Roshan Eppinger. God, man, some beautiful people in here. This is what it's all about. General Spartan 27. I see you dropping on in here too. Off tomorrow, prepping to go hunting in Call of Duty multiplayer before the Modern Warfare 3 campaign drops next week. That's off to you, sir. DJD925. F the ponies. What good, guys? People are spicy. Oh, brother from another Psychonauts dropping in here. I see you, Psychonauts. People are spicy tonight. Mav. People are pumped up. We got Buzz dropping in here. We got Punty050 dropping here. We got Andrew Reeves in here. We got Boss Red, 77 TTS in here. We got Fuzzy Belvedere, the one and only brother from another dropping in here. We got Nino Vostok in the house. Poison Maniacs here, everybody. Poison. What's going on? Yo, We got a lot of people in chat, Mav.
Yo.
Thank you all for being here. Listen, this is what it's all about. This is why we podcast. Mav and I would talk to each other the same way we talk on this podcast, without the shout out to the chat, of course, because we wouldn't shout out imaginary people. But the fact is, this is why we're here. People are hyped, Mav. There is so much news this week. A lot of it great news for Xbox. Some of it discouraging, potentially news for PlayStation as well. But the community is fired up, ready to talk. ABK deal is signed, sealed, and delivered now. And it seems like Xbox is ramping up yet again, Mav. We saw, obviously, the Sphere in Vegas last week. We saw, them come out with the partner preview program out of the blue, announced it a couple days later. We had it. Yeah. This seems like the return of Xbox, man, to the 2021 levels that we saw prior to the ABK announcement. Remember that?
Ever since the ABK deal closed, it has been nuts. You got Sphere having Xbox stuff all over it. You have the other random trailer that came out of nowhere, right? You had the one that they did for ABK. And you had that one show up, and Black Ops
the live action one.
That one too.
Yep,
and then
the nostalgia one.
Yeah,
yep.
Then you also have now this dropping of news of the reorganization and the structure going down to kind of incorporate this new transformed Xbox and be able to make sure everything is managed properly. There's still going to be questions about who's going to do some other things in the future after Bobby Kotick leaves, right? At the end of this year, but it's looking like some people that we feel like deserved their flowers are getting their flowers right now. They're getting their status. They're getting their promotions. Phil has somewhat ascended yet again, even though it's the same title. The amount of basically when you're able to promote people to take responsibility from things you were having to do yourself before, it's kind of an ascension in and of itself, because there's more of a hierarchy developing here within Xbox, to where now there's a new face of Xbox. President.
Yeah.
Sarah Bond.
Madam President Sarah Bond. So let's do this, Mav, because we got over 200 beautiful people already in the chat. If you haven't hit that like button, please do so. It does help it. Business, Mav and I don't do a whole lot of business stuff, but if you could do that and share it out, please. I would love to see some more people in here tonight. But since we have so many people already filed in, seated, strapped up, ready to rock and roll tonight.
Strapped on, ready to go. Let's go.
Normally, we would start with some of the less positive news, but let's hop into this Microsoft stuff. Let's do this. Let's hop into what happened today. Obviously, this was a big day. They were out in Santa Monica visiting Activision today, part of their final trips. And obviously, we'll talk a little bit about this later, but they had their investor call. Satya talking about doubling down on gaming, talking about they now have in-house 13 $1 billion plus franchises, IPs underneath their umbrella, bro, from 2017 to now. Think about it. So all that's been happening this week, and we'll touch on those as well. But then the news came out today, and this, of course, comes via a really fantastic journalist who probably doesn't get the flowers he should, but he has amazing contacts inside Microsoft. And of course, that's Tom Warren of The Verge.
One of my favorite.
He dropped,
amazing.
Bro, just the dude's spot on. The dude has integrity. The guy is genuine, or at least comes off. Again, you never know somebody until you know them. But at the same time, we can only take what he does in the journalistic. And we have a lot of rants here about journalism in the video game industry. Tom Warren is one of those dudes that's upstanding, that does hold himself to a higher level. And he came through with this huge bomb today. So I'm going to read this from The Verge today. Apologize if my camera goes funny. I got a big white screen coming up because I got to read this. But this comes way of The Verge. This is what he dropped this morning. Microsoft reorgs its Xbox and marketing teams to prepare for an AI and gaming future. Microsoft is reorganizing its Xbox gaming and marketing leadership less than 2 weeks after acquiring Activision Blizzard. Microsoft is promoting Matt Booty to president of game content and studios, including the new responsibility of ZeniMax, and Sarah Bond to Xbox president, overseeing all Xbox platform and hardware work. On the marketing side, Chief Marketing Officer Chris Caspasella is stepping down after 32 years at Microsoft. And this was obviously something he had planned. Put out a tweet today recognizing everybody that's taking over, talking about his time at Microsoft. 32 years, people. 32 years at Microsoft. He's got nothing left to do. Side note, I saw the video today, which I'd never known before. He was the dude that was on stage with Gates during the 98 Windows launch when it famously blue screened, got the blue screen of death on stage while they were demoing it. He was the dude there with Gates. So that's who stepped down today. The Xbox changes meaning Booty will now lead an expanded organization inside Microsoft Gaming that now includes ZeniMax and Bethesda. ZeniMax, quote, ZeniMax will continue to operate as a limited integration entity led by Jamie Leader, president and CEO, reporting to Matt, explains Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer in an internal memo obtained by The Verge. Booty's expanded role should help Microsoft Gaming avoid scenarios like Redfall in the future, with Microsoft clearly focusing on better collaboration between the teams it acquired with the ZeniMax Bethesda acquisition. Quote, great games are fundamental to everything we do, explained Spencer in his memo. We believe that an expanded gaming content organization, one that enables Xbox Game Studios and ZeniMax's development studios to collaborate effectively together, will empower those world-class studios to do their best work in growing our portfolio of games players love, end quote. Bond will now take over the hardware and software platforms of Xbox. Quote, to manage the platform of today and build the platform of tomorrow, we are bringing together the teams that will make this possible, explained Spencer. Sarah Bond will lead this team as president of Xbox, bringing together devices, player and creator experiences, platform engineering, strategy, business planning, data and analytics, and business development. Little side note here. Basically, what just happened is they created this role for Sarah, put her in that role, and then Phil offloaded a bunch of his old jobs down to Sarah, as he is now, obviously, we already know, CEO of Microsoft Gaming. He just unloaded a bunch of those responsibilities to Sarah and created a new position as president of Xbox, filled that role with her, but that's what she's taking over. That's a whole lot. That is a whole lot of trust and faith in one person right there. That means whatever she's been doing behind the scenes, and we've seen some of it, but that means she's proven herself. She's walked in Phil's shoes right behind him, learning all the way, and she is now ready to take over this position. Huge confidence right here. Huge confidence in Sarah Bond. Something that we've expressed previously that we thought she was ready for this, but my God, that list again, once again, I'll just read this one more time. Bringing together devices, player and creator experiences, platform engineering, strategy, business planning, data and analytics, and business development, all underneath her position. Crazy. Bond has been a rising star inside Xbox and Microsoft since joining in 2017, particularly behind the scenes of the recent acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Bond even appeared during the FTC versus Microsoft hearing to explain video games and Xbox business to Judge Jacqueline Scott Corley, and her testimony, we talked about it when it happened, Mav. There was even an open mic moment that seemed like during one of the breaks, you could hear Judge Corley saying that how much Bond impressed her on the stand and how she could listen to her talk all day because of how well she explained the whole process in layman's terms so that Judge Corley could understand. Huge. She was calm. She was collected throughout all of it and did a great job. So
she was like super smooth on the stand, man. I mean, like she had like the judge wrapped around her finger, just like escorting her along, just kind of like that's what you want, dude.
Absolutely. A attorney's dream as a star witness up there for sure. Bond will now be responsible for the future of Xbox, both in hardware and software, which may include a redesigned discless Xbox Series X next year and a next gen hybrid console in 2028. These Xbox leadership changes mean there will be more women in gaming leadership roles at Microsoft than men once Bobby Kotick, CEO of Activision Blizzard, departs at the end of 2023. And then he goes on to show the new org chart, which I'm sure many of you saw being passed around on Twitter today. Phil Spencer at the top, CEO, Microsoft Gaming. Then you've got the left side, which is Matt Booty, president of Game Content and Studios, Sarah Bond, president of Xbox, Dave McCarthy, who is chief operating officer of Microsoft Gaming, Jarrett West, who is chief marketing officer of Microsoft Gaming, Amy Silverman, who is the chief consumer sales officer at Microsoft. Bobby Kotick is still listed till he leaves as chief executive officer of Activision Blizzard. And then you got Jocelyn Main, chief of staff for Microsoft Gaming. And on the right side, you got Cynthia Perlee, corporate vice president of human resources. Carrie, I don't know which way she pronounces it. Perez, general manager of communications. You might have seen her this week out at Blizzard. Her, Lulu, and Sarah all took a picture together. She was the redheaded lady. Yeah. There she is, general manager communications behind the scene. We don't see too much of her, but she's got an ultra important role. So she was there. Linda Norman's corporate vice president, CELA, and corporate Tim Stewart, corporate vice president of finance. So that's your new org. All of those people are reporting to Phil. But obviously the restructure obviously was huge in what they did. So let me get rid of this real quick.
And Phil released a memo, and it kind of has a little bit of the hierarchy of like who's reporting to Sarah and stuff like that as well.
Absolutely. And again, all of that stuff is, behind the scenes stuff, but it's important. Like we'll get into it because there's people today, how's Booty going to handle all these studios? Because we even had some criticism for Booty in the past. Booty's obviously got a team underneath him. It's not him alone. Like he's got people underneath him that'll be helping out with the studios. But anyways, we'll get to that. Over on the marketing side, Chief Marketing Officer Capicella is stepping aside to make way for Takeshi Numoto. Takeshi has been at the heart of our cloud transformation, says Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella in an internal memo to employees. I'm thrilled for him to step into the CMO role for Microsoft and drive our vision forward. Capicella has been at Microsoft for 32 years and famously appeared on stage alongside co-founder Bill Gates during a presentation where a pre-release version of Windows 98 crashed into the blue screen of death. Capicella has led marketing at Microsoft for decades throughout the transition to cloud, the launch of Xbox, and many more moments. Microsoft is also promoting Yusuf Mehdi to Executive Vice President, Consumer Chief Marketing Officer, with a place on the senior leadership team. Mehdi first joined Microsoft in 1992, working on product management for Internet Explorer and Windows before helping lead Microsoft's entry into search with Bing. He's been involved in Surface, the Windows 10 launch, and the HoloLens headset. Yusuf will serve as the champion of our end user experiences and build upon his work launching several of our AI powered services to lead Microsoft Copilot product marketing, explains Nadella in his memo. He will also continue to lead our search, ad, and news and devices and creativity customer solution areas. Microsoft is also moving its consumer sales organization to Microsoft Gaming team, led by Amy Silverman. This is the team responsible for Microsoft's consumer retail work. Amy's charter crosses all consumer products, including devices and creativity. And all things gaming, explained Spencer. This team's focus will be to transform the gaming sales motions and attract new audiences across geographic markets. Microsoft will need to carefully integrate Activision Blizzard into its Microsoft Gaming division. Dave McCarthy, who is currently the chief operations officer of Microsoft Gaming, will lead the efforts on a new operations side. We are now waiting on Microsoft to name a new Activision Blizzard CEO to replace Kotick at the end of the year. Microsoft's reorgs here are clearly about its potential in gaming and AI. Quote, with our recently closed acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, we are doubling down on our gaming business, says Nadella. Microsoft closed its Activision Blizzard acquisition earlier this month with plans to announce which games are coming to Xbox Game Pass in the coming month. I don't think I need to read too much further. Warren goes on to explain how they're integrating AI into Windows and Office, all that kind of stuff. I think I have the majority down. I think everybody here understands now kind of where everything sits. But this, again, how I started the show, Mav, people out here talking about, whether or not still to this day, which for those of us that have been following this makes no sense, but still to this day talking about, Microsoft closed down by 2027. You heard Phil. They're not all in on gaming. This is all this today. And I'm going to start here, Mav, and then I want to get your thoughts on it, but I want to start here with these moves today, right? The biggest thing is there was some people asking whether or not Sarah would take over Activision. We kind of bantered this back and forth on a couple different shows. My thought always was, sure, that would make a lot of sense. Great experience for her. But if she is destined for Microsoft CEO of gaming to take over for Phil when he does eventually step away, then I'd rather see her stay in a role that she can continue to learn from Phil, continue to build out Xbox, and then work with whoever they put over at Activision and build that relationship. And that's exactly what they did today. But the one thing you need to understand is ZeniMax has been a part of them for what, 2 years now, Mav? A little over 2 years.
Yeah.
ZeniMax has been a part of it. They integrated them, and now they've brought them completely underneath the umbrella with Booty. They're still going to be limited. They are still on their own, but they are now reporting to Booty. So what they're doing here is they are making sure that their organization is set up with continuity, which is vital when you're bringing on an Activision Blizzard King team of 15,000 or so employees. That is going to be massive as far as to get them integrated into Microsoft and Xbox. You need continuity in your leadership team to make sure you are ready. And this solidifies exactly the philosophy that Phil has been bringing up since basically he started taking over Xbox. He has brought these people up with him, Sarah Bond, since 2017. They all understand each other. They all work well together. They all get the philosophy of what they're trying to do there. This is a stable groundwork to integrate this gigantic, over doubling what they currently have, ABK. And I think this was vital for them to do. Loved what they did here. Loved that they solidified Sarah Bond as the future of Xbox as it stands right now. Obviously, nobody can see a crystal ball. Nobody knows what's going to happen down the road. But I believe the succession is pretty well established at this point. And you make sure, Mav, that as you try to incorporate ABK, that everybody from the top to the bottom of that management team is clear in the vision, is clear in the goals, and can make sure that they drive that forward into the next stage with ABK. And I think that that's what they did today. I think that was the plan from the beginning. These are the dominoes that fell, some of them after ABK. This obviously was something that was in the wings, waiting for ABK to get cleared and to get, actually announced as official, signed. And now we start to see him fall. So Mav, today, when you heard the news and we got Matt Booty promotion and we got a Sarah Bond promotion, and then we got the restructuring of the rest of the team on down, what were your initial thoughts when you heard this? And what do you see this as doing for Xbox going forward as the brand kind of, like we said, seems to be pressing on the gas here? We're full steam ahead now. What do you think here, brother?
That was my initial impression, actually, is like they're moving fast with this, right? Yes. Sometimes these kind of things come out later. There's months later, whatever. I mean, we're literally still 2 weeks removed from the ABK announcement that it was closed. Roughly around that time, and already a huge announcement of restructuring. Already some of the stuff we were speculating on about what is going to be Sarah Bond's role. Is she going to get the ABK thing, or what is Matt Booty going to be doing? In that meantime, we've had Pete Hines leave as well. And what does that mean for, are they going to fill that role and all that kind of stuff? Which we kind of talked about. Maybe it was just a a role that was like an honorary namesake. He didn't really have much control and all that kind of stuff anyway. And now you see kind of all these things come into play. ABK is implementing. Phil's been taking his tour. Meanwhile, which you can already imagine has been something they've been discussing in the background for a while with all these plans. New roles for Matt Booty and Sarah Bond. And it kind of coincides with, I think, when these decisions were officially maybe made or something. Maybe before that, even with Pete Hines leaving, right? Like, sorry, Pete, you weren't really on the team before with some of your comments and the way you're acting, so now, we got Matt Booty's just gonna, look over the president of ZeniMax Bethesda will be kind of just reporting to Matt, and then we got it, bro. Thanks for your service. Appreciate you. You can go feel bad for PlayStation users somewhere else.
Jeez. Pete, I love you, no matter what Matt says.
I like the guy too, but like he just at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's like he should be Team Green now, and it's like we're personal beliefs or whatever. Yeah, he is what it is. However, we got this new leadership team now. That's some of the people that we learned even more about after all this ABK thing going on has really educated us on who some of these people are behind the scenes, not just what we have criticized them for and things like that in the past. And Matt Booty he's a ruthless guy, man, behind the scenes. He is a
killer. Stone cold.
He's like, hey, this is Xbox. We need to kill the competition. We need to be number one. We should be.
We can outspend them.
Yes. And guess what? Microsoft went and spent $70 billion, and they are outspending them. And Matt got what he wanted, right? And now he's even looking over the things with ZeniMax Bethesda. And that's also what they've talked about and stuff is about. This is going to kind of help the teams all work together and stuff like that as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of you're kind of seeing this like long form transition. It's been a couple years now. These studios have been more used to working on the Microsoft umbrella. They're getting more fused in together as one big ecosystem, right? And that's interesting. And then so we get to Sarah now, right?
Yes.
And we were wondering like what role is she gonna take? Is she gonna put her over ABK or replace Bobby? President of Xbox. That is insane, man. And I honestly think it's the best role because like I was talking about before when I didn't actually think it would be necessarily the best thing for her to be over ABK because of what the things she was successful at doing so far was building these partnerships with all of these other companies, these publishers, things she's been doing, helping with these acquisitions, all this kind of stuff. She's been a big business driver behind the growth that Xbox has seen in the Phil Spencer era, really. And
especially in the East.
Yes,
too.
In the East as well. So I kind of wanted her to have an expanded role upon that. And that's kind of what this is all about. It's still, she's able to do all of those same things without being hamstrung by having to focus on one entity so much. So now, just like, remember it came out last week, Satya is being judged on all of Xbox and the growth. She is being judged on all of Xbox now, right? Like that is going to be her child. Xbox is hers under Phil Spencer.
Correct.
That is a huge responsibility, and that is a huge amount of trust to place into her. And I think it is 100%. Well placed trust as well, because she has absolutely killed it ever since she has been on Team Xbox, ever since she's been with Microsoft here. She has been doing the right things, making the moves and things that have affected us as gamers positively, right?
Yep.
And so I will champion that all day long, and she gets the promotion, and it's a huge win for Xbox. I think that they get to have her have such a huge role, because I think she's a killer too. I mean, she's nice and smiles and all this stuff, but I think she's calculated. She's super smart. She understands the business. She understands what they need to do, and it's going to be interesting to see where they go. Right? I can't wait to see this new Xbox. Remember we talked about it before, Pong. Like we were already at the cusp of a new Xbox era, right? With the after ZeniMax Bethesda acquisition,
Correct.
after all these other acquisitions, and then once these games actually started to flow out and their pipeline started clicking, that was kind of like the start of the new Xbox. And then we talked about it before, like once like ABK gets folded into the mix, it's even doubling down upon that, and it's even going bigger and harder and stronger, and they're gonna just keep expanding upon this and expanding upon it, right? And now we have these people that have been essential to making all of this happen, getting larger roles, and where now the CEO of Microsoft, who is now also being judged more so on the growth entirely of Xbox, is doubling down on it. And that's after they doubled down on it.
After they like triple, quadrupled down on it from 2017.
And you look at this as like, what does that mean? You're like, I mean, really, they are going full in on this. And the other aspect of this, I think, is like from Phil Spencer's perspective, like, okay, so you're handing off more responsibilities to other people on the Xbox side. What does that mean for him? You got to look at the stuff that they're taking on, mobile, all these other things, trying to grow all of that. I think it's going to take a huge amount of focus from him as well to implement all of this stuff. And he's going to have more people that are going to be reporting to him as well with all these different things going on. So you're kind of creating this chain of command, right? Where everything has to flow in a proper way to get the right decisions made. And everything's got to be like on the same page, from hardware to cloud services to software to games content, and all these things have to intersync and line up at times properly, right? So you got to have all these checks and balances and people communicating right. And I think that's just what the ultimate goal is here. And I think they chose the right people, made the right decisions to help keep growing. That's what it's all about, right?
They created stability, like I said, is what I think is what's most important. Stability is easy to lose in this industry because of how many people move around and leave and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, when you're making a purchase like ABK and trying to integrate a gigantic company like that into your already big company, you need that stability. And I think that's what it did today. Sarah Bond did put out a tweet today too that simply said, Xbox, period. It's an honor, period, always. And then she put a green heart. Booty, I know, again, we've criticized Booty here, man, back in the day for a lot of different things. We didn't know if he could handle as many studios as handle. Again, for people who don't know, Booty ran Midway, Midway Games. Before they went under and all that kind of stuff. Booty has the experience, right? After finding out, like you said, Matt, behind the scenes, who Booty is in emails and who Booty is in the corporate world, I don't have as much trepidation when it comes to Booty taking over an expanded role, because again, it's not going to be him alone. He's got a team underneath him. Now, we don't know necessarily the names underneath Booty and, who exactly is reporting to Booty. I mean, I'm sure we do if I dig deep enough in the org charts. But what I'm saying is he's going to have a team that helps him out here. But I think Booty can handle the expanded role. And obviously, there's a lot of confidence in Phil and the rest of Xbox in Booty as well. Now, whether or not that's misplaced, I guess we will find out down the road, as we have seen happen in the past with other people. But I think as of right now, this is a huge, huge stamp of approval for what Booty has been doing behind the scenes. You're giving him more power. You are now giving him ZeniMax, and they're still going to report to him. They're still going to be limited in, they're not going to be fully integrated. They're still going to publish on their own and all that kind of stuff, but they are going to report to Booty. So I'm happy for Booty. I put out a congrats tweet to him. I'm happy for Booty. If Phil believes he can do this job, if everybody else believes he can do this job, then so be it. Until he falls on his face, I can't say anything from the outside looking in. So I'm going to 100% behind this Booty move, and I can't wait to see how and what him and his team do going forward. Because like you said, Mav, I think the big thing today was Phil coming out in his internal memo talking about, now that we have this, role, and now that ZeniMax has been brought more into the fold, the partnership between Xbox Game Studios and ZeniMax can happen even more. And when we talk about things like Obsidian making a new Fallout New Vegas 2 or whatever the case may be, this is one of those moves that makes that a bigger possibility down the road. Whether or not that ever happens, again, it's another wait and see. But this is one of those things that needs to happen to, okay, you guys are a part of the team, but you're still over there on your island. You're still hanging out, doing your thing, great. Now you're over here with us. Now it's like, hey, we got some ideas, let's talk about this. You're now fully integrated, or not fully integrated, but you're now underneath the umbrella. You're now got Booty, one voice from the top saying, hey, let's talk about these things. Let's see if we can work something out. Let's see if we can partner up and do some stuff. So I'm happy with the Booty.
Yeah, I was a little hard on Booty before.
Oh, we both were, bro. Yeah, we both have been hard on Booty.
I wasn't a huge Booty fan, but now I like Booty.
Right. I think we all like Booty at some point. Right?
Yeah. I like Booty.
I know the chat loves when Booty conversations go. It's just easier. If I just said Matt all the time, it's not the same. I like using last names. Booty. Let's go. But yeah, you've been hard on Booty. I've been hard on Booty.
Yeah, we've both been hard on Booty.
But we're on board.
We've had some criticisms of Booty in the past, but now it's more compliments of Booty.
Or else I goes, can you all just call him Matthew? God, no, I'm not calling him.
But we saw behind the curtain how savage the Booty was.
Yeah, right. We have.
Right.
That's a killer Booty right there.
It is.
All right. Enough Booty jokes.
I mean, that Booty goes hard.
Goes hard in the paint. All right. So moving on. Sarah Bond. I said a lot when I kind of, approached the subject, but Sarah Bond, this is the natural evolution for her. Now that they've made the decision to keep her underneath the Xbox umbrella, not give her Activision, this was natural evolution. She learned the ropes behind Phil. She established herself, like you said, Mav, in developing relationships, in getting content for the platform. She learned all of that. I know some people have some concerns over Sarah. I've seen it in the community. Not everybody is sold on Sarah Bond as being the head, taking over Phil's role one day. And some of it is because she didn't come from a gaming background, right? She came from outside the gaming sphere when she joined Xbox in 2017. Some people don't think that she
is a gamer, though.
She is a gamer. But the big thing I will say about Sarah is that she has embraced what it means to be a gamer. She has embraced the community. She's embraced Phil's philosophy, because her own philosophy, even if it's not built on gaming specifically in her career up until 2017 when she joined Xbox, she has that same mentality that the consumers are important, that having a face out in the community is important. And she has obviously done that 100%. I think she is a freaking fantastic steward of this brand. I think that now she's learned the kind of the salesmanship and also the partnerships role with how she's been. And now she goes into the hardware side as well. Now she gets to learn, which I'm sure she already has been. What I'm saying, now she takes over as the main decision maker for the hardware side of things, which is still important. And going forward, may be expanded as they branch out into more areas with Xbox, right? If they get a streaming device, right? The puck that everybody talked about. If they move in that direction, she's going to be responsible for that. But now she is solidified as, yes, you are going to be the prime decision maker. This is the natural evolution for Sarah, and why I say that this is obviously now the succession to Phil's role. She's going to have it all covered. She's going to have learned it by the time Phil steps away. She's going to have hands-on experience at every level of the upper management part of Xbox and what it means to take over this brand. And I think that that's the most important part, but I believe she's a great steward. Again, I know people are out here celebrating that she's female. that obviously that she is a person of color. They are celebrating all those things. To me, I'm old school. None of those things matter to me. What matters is, can you do the job? Are you good at what you do? Do you have the talent? Is that why you're in that role? And she's all of that. She's all of that, plus all the other things people want to celebrate. It is a complete package when it comes to Sarah Bond. Sarah Bond represents the future of Xbox, and I think she's going to do a great job. I am more than ecstatic to see her take on this role. I'm more than ecstatic to see her expand out and see what she can do now, being in charge of not just, not just grabbing content all the time, not just the community roles, but also the role of making massive decisions for the future of Xbox in the hardware sector as well, on top of all the other stuff that data analytics and all that kind of stuff that you saw. She's got a big role. But I'm happy for Sarah Bond. Mav, when you look at today's announcement and the timing of it, you spoke on this a little bit. And I want to kind of, if you got any more here, I want you to kind of dive into it. The speed at which all this is happening, Mav, is this surprising to you, or does this line up with the conversations that we had that so much was riding on ABK, that ABK, why I said Satya was never going to let this deal die.
Yeah.
That if they had to go scorched earth, I believe that was discussed at some point, because this deal meant so much to them. So when you see what's happening today, the speed at which it's happening, like you said, they're all visiting Activision. It's not like this all happened. Like you said, obviously this has been in the works. This was all lined up behind ABK, just waiting for ABK to drop. But they got it all. They're getting it all out there before even the new year, right? And I think that says something. Does that say something to you about what they're trying to do here and establish?
Yeah, I mean, they're like I said, they're trying to move fast with this. They're trying to establish this early on, so there's not a lot of moving pieces later, probably as well, and create confusions and different dynamics. And they want to get this new era of Xbox kicked off with the people in charge making the decisions that are going to reflect on them in the future, right? Like, you do this deal now, you do this promotion now because this is a new Xbox, right? We talked before, I kept calling this a transformational acquisition, right? It's a completely different beast than a ZeniMax Bethesda, which is adding a great pipeline and adding some technology, adding a lot of amazing studios and stuff, some of the most beloved franchises in gaming history. Yeah, that's all great, right? But you add ABK, that's a $70 billion acquisition, 3 times the amount of employees pretty much that Xbox and ZeniMax Bethesda had already together, combined. You're stepping more into mobile with this. You're increasing your footprint on PC. All of these aspects, all of these things have huge weight to them, and you're folding in, and you're basically bringing in a company that in size of employees and stuff was bigger than the division and within Microsoft in itself, right? So you're going and you're quadrupling your size by doing this. So that I've always thought of this as not just acquiring a game, like a game studios, right? Or acquiring this or that, like for Call of Duty or whatever. This is a Xbox and Microsoft gaming transformational acquisition to where it is now another monster altogether, capable of way more than they've ever had before. And with the amount of money that Microsoft has invested into this, with the pillar that Xbox already had become recent years, now it is a standing strong, super large column pillar, whatever you want to say, of Microsoft, and where they are doubling and tripling down on this as the consumer-focused brand within Microsoft, right? And that is going to be their olive branch and their way of getting access to all these users and have different mechanisms of access to users across multiple different devices and platforms and stuff. So this marked a new day, and there's going to be so many decisions made that are going to impact the future. And it's about getting these pieces in the right place early on to where everything that happens from here on out is reflective of the people that are making them instead of other people and the mismanagement, or this person did this, then I took over, then this person, and we're all kind of fumbling upon each other. You got to get this right. You can't have a bunch of like trial and error, like mishaps. There's going to be some, obviously, but like fumbling something like this large because of, well, we didn't really look at that studio too closely or something like that. You gotta get this right. I mean, this is one of the most beloved companies from gamers in the past. Some criticisms for sure, for definitely a lot of reasons, but some of these franchises and brands, when you talk about Blizzard and ABK with Call of Duty and stuff, it just runs deep into gaming history. And they gotta get this right, and they gotta do it right to be able to grow, to achieve what they keep talking about is reaching all the players around the world on all these different devices. So I think the key aspect for me, like the Matt Booty transition, is more of like natural, right? It's more of like okay, yeah, you're doing your job,
Yep.
which to be honest, I didn't give him enough credit before, because when you think about the success that they've had with not just all these other new IPs that they've formed in recent years, but also successful live service and games of service games that are still ongoing and keeping the support going and all that kind of stuff, like he's achieved that. And that's something that Sony can't do and has proven that they can't do yet, and they're trying to now. But like, he's a good reason why that's all happened, right? He's been in charge of all those studios, basically all reporting to him, and now he's reaping the benefits of that. ZeniMax Bethesda will ultimately report to him as well. So that's kind of like a natural thing now. But when you look at Sarah Bond, I think is going to have the biggest impact, because the biggest key to this, I think, is when they use the word platforms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be like where all the ecosystems at Xbox exist, and all of these things. And the people are saying Xbox is going to get out of the console hardware game and all that kind of stuff. Maybe one day, eventually, when there's no reason to have hardware anymore. But you got to think about this until they realize that it's not going to matter. It's always going to be there, because for console, and I'm talking to all the console fans out there, because I'm one too, right? Yes, they're growing on PC. Yeah, they're trying to do mobile, and they're trying to do all this other stuff. But they still know that the majority of their Game Pass subscribers and the majority of gamers that spend the most money on the Xbox ecosystem right now are console players. And with them being this invested into gaming, having a piece of hardware dedicated for that is going to be a focus for them. This cements that. This doesn't get away from it, like some people are saying. This doubles down on it. Microsoft is that much more invested into gaming than they've ever been before. They are going to have dedicated gaming devices as an option for their consumers. They might even have more now because of this. They might even have more options now because of this. That handheld that we saw in that pyramid thing that seemed like out of reach for them at the time, that might be a thing now, right? Sarah Bond can make that happen. She has the power to potentially make that happen. You see marketing budgets increasing. You see all this stuff happening all over the place. They are doubling down on the Xbox ecosystem. Yes, they may still put some of their games in more places in the future and do some different stuff like that. But having the brand of Xbox is going to be more, it's going to be hardware, it's going to be platforms, it's going to be services, it's going to be partnership deals, it's going to be Game Pass, it's going to be all of these different things that she is now focused on growing all as a whole together. So it's going to be amazing to see, dude. And I can't wait to see what they come up with and what her vision is.
Yeah. Yeah. And she will be able to implement her vision now. And like I said, I think the big thing speed wise to do this is because the ABK transition starts now, and you want those same voices as one to remain focused and not have any changes. And they all are speaking the same language in that management team, because they have all come up together in different time frames, but they all believe in that goal that Phil and Satya have set forth and put into place. They all believe in it. and they all have that focus and they all want it. Now, they might have different ideas. Sarah might have different ideas down the road about where Xbox needs to grow or where they need to kind of get into. But overall, the philosophy stays the same. And like Sappho said, and this is something we talked about, Sappho too, is it is going to be a giant chore to integrate ABK into that same philosophy. They have a lot of work to do with ABK to change the culture over there that has been in place for a long time. The stink of what Kotick allowed to happen is not gone just because they fired a bunch of people over there. It still lingers, and they've got to open up the windows and they've got to air it out. Like I said, I'm sure Phil and his team have a list of people. They'll be talking to Ybarra. They'll be talking to Ferguson. They'll be talking to a bunch of heads over there and finding out who's left, who needs to go, who's potentially a problem. And they're going to continue to air that place out. Meanwhile, also trying to get these people, 15,000 plus people, to understand the culture that they're coming into at Microsoft and Xbox and what that means. And that is a giant, giant chore to do. I mean, it's a giant job that they have ahead of them. Having your management team solidified, understanding what everybody's role is, promoting the people who have been there that have made this happen up to this point, and making sure all the voices talk in unison. When Sarah says something, you better believe it's something that Phil would probably say, maybe in a different way, but you better believe it's going to lead to the same goal at the end of the day. And so when they go to ABK, when they talk to ABK, when they start that transition process, everybody's going to understand that, and everybody's going to know what that means. And so I think that that's a big momentum gainer for them by having this in place. So I think that's why the speed here was necessary. Then they wanted to get this in place and make sure, because eventually what they did with ZeniMax, they're probably going to do with ABK once they get things settled. Now, this is going to be years down the road, I imagine, because of how long it's going to take, but they eventually will bring ABK into the fold more so as well. Next big move is who heads up Activision Blizzard King. Do they keep Activision Blizzard King as one? Do they separate them? I think personally they keep them as one for the time being. I think that maybe they separate them down the road. I still think Ybarra is in play. Ybarra has been really communicative on socials lately. He's really taken that leadership role, which is his role right now as head of Blizzard. But do I think he's got the potential to head up Activision as a whole, ABK as a whole? Yeah, I do. I think Ybarra could be the one, but we'll see. We'll see where they're going to go. Just really good stuff here. I want to roll, Mav, right into Satya comments as well, because Satya had an interview this week. He did an interview at Axel Springer's Berlin headquarters, and they talked about his childhood. They talked about his relationship with his dad. Like, this was a wide-ranging kind of interview, but obviously ABK did come up, and we've already said a couple of his quotes, but I thought it was interesting, some of the stuff, what he had to say here. So let me get to that point real quick. I had it, but then of course it got lost. So now they ask him, now that the Activision Blizzard deal has finally been approved, why is it so important? 60 billion is quite a price. Satya says, quote, "It is, but we're really excited about it. For us, there are a few things that go all the way back for us as a company. Gaming is one, right? When I think about Microsoft, I think of perhaps developer tools, proprietary software, and gaming. Those are the three things that we've done from the very beginning. And so to us, gaming is the one place where we think we have a real contribution to make in consumer markets. Again, remember, Microsoft is generally considered a business to business. They've never had that consumer front facing market. They've tried, but they've really never succeeded. Gaming gives them that inroad. If I look at it, the amount of time people allocate to gaming is going up, and Gen Z is going to do more of that. The way games are made, the way the games are delivered is changing radically, whether it's mobile or consoles or PCs or even the cloud. So we're looking forward to really doubling down, both as a game producer and a publisher. Now we'll be one of the largest game publishers, and also as a company that's building platforms for it. And they went on to ask him where he thinks the biggest potential is for Microsoft, and he went to AI right away. The reason why I bring that up Mav, is because AI was obviously a focus. People talked about it too here, and I think they're going to integrate AI into gaming. I think it's probably already happening behind the scenes. We've heard the next console could be a cloud hybrid type console, which would open up the doors for an AI. They're supposedly going to introduce their own new AI chip, which I said, put that in the console. You'd be the only gaming console on the market that probably has an AI chip, right? Pretty impressive stuff if they learn how to do it. But Satya, again, the thing I want to focus on here, Mav, is he doesn't say we've already doubled down on gaming. He says, I'm looking forward to doubling down. I'm looking forward to doubling down, not only as a producer of games, but as a publisher of games. And oh, yes, also, we will do the hardware as well, platforms, right? We will continue to produce platforms as well for gaming. Talks about gaming continuing to grow, Mav, something we've heard throughout the industry. Satya doubling, we're going to double down, Mav. Yeah. This ABK deal, I don't never say never, but I think this will be the biggest acquisition of Microsoft, right? I don't think they're going to make another one this big in gaming. But again, never say never. But I think that this now marks the spot where everybody's on board, everybody's sold. They already were, but this is the cement that makes that all come together. And now gaming is one of the main pillars of Microsoft Corp. So that means heavy investment into that area continues forward, right, Mav?
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think AI is like the next big, thing, obviously, with all these tech companies and stuff like that. And, Microsoft kind of got out there with the foothold first with the Bing thing, right, going on, Chat GBT, all that kind of stuff behind the scenes. And now you have, all the talk in the past about machine learning and all these kind of things. And, the hot talk before was cloud. Now you talk about AI. Now you talk about combining those things, right? And future technology, that's kind of where things are going. Their ecosystem with like Office and all that has moved into the cloud. And I think they had like a 40-something% growth in Office or something. Some crazy things are going on or with the cloud. I can't remember. And they said it was because of Office or something. I don't remember on their financials, but like there was massive growth in all those areas, right? And they're going to be able to utilize that stuff. So this is some of the reasons that like you kind of I don't necessarily mind when these acquisitions happen sometimes from big tech, especially one that's already involved with gaming like they are now, where we know and they have an understanding of where they're putting their games and what they're talking about and putting the games in different places and all these other things, making them more accessible and all that. Because you're thinking about the possibilities of implementing the technologies and like pushing things forward, which Microsoft has done many times with Xbox in the past, first to party chat, first to Xbox Live, first to cloud, first to all these different things, right? So are we going to see that with AI in gaming? And I think that's really the next thing, right? Cloud's already kind of cemented as a thing that's going to keep growing and establish and get better, but the AI is the next. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I think it's a big deal. Again, 13 billion or 1 billion plus franchises, IPs now underneath this umbrella. Clobril put out a post today. Shout out to Clobril, of course. Put out a post today that over 45 million people have already signed up for Call of Duty Mobile, which launches next year, Mav.
Yeah.
And we know the mobile market is the next big battle. They are going after Google and Apple. ABK from the beginning, we said what they were saying was the truth. Mobile number 1, PC number 2, console number 3. That was the order in which they thought of ABK. That mobile space is ripe. That mobile space prints money as much as we, as enthusiasts of gaming, can mock it or dismiss it. Whatever you do, mobile is key. And 45 million people have already signed up for it.
The mobile market dwarfs the console and PC market now.
Dwarfs it.
Yeah.
Dwarfs it. Combined. Dwarfs it combined.
And it's just going to keep growing.
Crazy. Yeah. It's going to keep growing. There is no more doubt where Microsoft is with gaming. This is it. They are in. This ABK deal, as Phil described it, is an accelerator to their plans. That's another reason why we see things moving so fast, dominoes falling left and right, is because of ABK closing. They are now accelerating that process. We should get a store, mobile store next year sometime, according to Tom Warren. Again, before the delay, before the extra regulatory process, he was talking about March. We'll see whether or not that March-April period for a mobile store, we'll see if they still move forward with that or if that's been delayed kind of because of how long it took them to close this deal. But otherwise, yeah, they're coming. They're coming on all fronts. They pause, but they're coming for everybody right now. They are going to take on everybody. They want PC. They want a bigger piece of the PC pie, want a bigger piece of the mobile pie. And they obviously want a bigger piece of the console pie, depending on how you describe that. To them, if you're in Game Pass, you're part of the ecosystem, right? That's all that matters to them. And we got word this week, Mav. Was it this week or was it last week that we actually got this? This when news starts flowing together, that I think it was last week, because I think we talked about it, or we talked about it later in the week. They had their biggest one-day subscriber increase on Game Pass when Starfield launched. Their biggest one-day increase in subscribers ever when Starfield launched. Starfield, one game, obviously a big one. We talked about here all the time about what Bethesda could do, what a Todd Howard game could do specifically. That shows you all that you need to see of what they're trying to do here. Now it's about them keeping those subscribers, right? That retention that they're going to have. It's great to say that you had the biggest one-day increase in subscriber count, but now you got to retain them. What's that gonna entail? Content. And the more you integrate more different places, PC, console, mobile in the future, don't doubt for a second, mobile Game Pass is coming, folks. Mobile Game Pass is going to come.
They got to compete with Apple Arcade, Google Play, all that stuff.
Correct. But they're going to have it all integrated, Matt. One thing that we talk about that other places always ignore when they talk about Xbox is the integration. We talked about it with that commercial with Xbox Live and the messaging and all that kind of stuff, the community integrated. But the other fact is I can go from Starfield on my PC to my console flawlessly between the two. That kind of stuff is going to happen overall. And then you throw in AI into that as well. You throw in Windows, you throw in all this kind of stuff. You could see what Microsoft is attempting to do here. They're going to attempt to have one giant ecosystem eventually, right? Where if you're in Microsoft, you got access to everything that comes with that, right? Whether you're gaming, whether you're doing Excel sheets, whether you're word processing, it doesn't matter. You're going to have it all at your fingertips wherever you are logging in. Phones, PCs, cloud devices, it doesn't matter. Consoles, it's all going to be there for you.
It's funny, Pong. It's almost like we were having these discussions 3 years ago.
Almost, brother. Almost, man. Oh, it is strange, man, but it's fun to watch this go on. And again, none of this is guaranteed success. Things could fall apart rapidly with a couple bad decisions, right? That's the part about all of this. Like, they are stitching this together as they go to try to create this beautiful blanket. But in the end of the day, you could wind up with a lopsided, ugly throw rug, right? And you'd go, well, that's not what we planned. It could all turn sideways, but this is what excites us. And this is why we talk about this stuff and speculate about this stuff all the time, right, Mav? Is because we love watching this. This is a game changer, pun intended, for the industry and what it's going to look like for the digital future overall going forward. Whether you think that's dystopian or utopian or something in between, well, that's up to you. That's your perspective. But at the end of the day, they are trying something here that's never been done before. And gaming is one of the avenues that they're going for. And to us as consumers, as gamers, I'm excited. Because that means we're going to get a lot of benefits out of this. And we're already seeing them. So I can't wait, brother. This is fun, man. This is fun stuff.
It is super fun. I can't wait to see all the new games that get announced over the years and other acquisitions that happen that get folded into the whole ecosystem. And all of this stuff, it's not over, right?
No,
I mean,
no, they're just starting.
yeah,
They really are. They're
this
just
is
starting.
the start of the new thing.
Right. Correct.
This
Yep.
is, you know, they had a long-term goal, right? To kind of get to a certain place to where they could really start this new ideas, right? And they just accelerated it with ABK. And they're transforming the company into something much bigger than it ever was, and that it would have taken them years to get to now. And they did that with this hard-fought battle, and this is why they fought so hard for it, and why we thought they were never going to let it die. If they want this deal to happen, if they really think it's a core pillar of what they want to do, they're not gonna let regulators or whatever, like, stupid arguments they have. They would fight it tooth and nail all along the way, and it's done, you know. So, and now we're starting to see the first moves, the first chess moves. You know, this new face. I am wondering if we're gonna see less of Phil, like, as a forward facing at like some of the shows and stuff like that. You know, like,
yeah, that's an interesting
because
question.
president of Xbox, right? President
Yes.
of content and services or whatever the Booty's title is. You know, president of Xbox. Is she going to be the main focus there at the shows and not Phil? Is this kind of gonna have him focus on some other things and not show
higher
up as
level
much?
stuff?
Yeah.
I'm
just curious. You know, I mean, and if it's in the back of my mind, that's one of the other things I thought about, is like, which is like, in a way, it's kind of a sad thing. Maybe it's like a little bit of an end of an era potentially, just because of her title now. Is that going? I mean, we could still see him at every single thing. It may not change.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know, but it may. Also,
but I think you might be onto something here, Mav. I guess I really didn't even consider that about what this means, because Phil's role is evolving as well. He had already taken the title, but now that he's passed some of this down to Sarah, does that mean Xbox events will be headed up by Sarah? Not that Phil will never show up.
I mean, she's
again,
kind
Phil's
of
a gamer.
in charge of it, right?
She's in charge of it.
You know,
so
I
does
think he wants her to get her flowers and stuff for like what she does. I mean, like,
yeah, I could definitely see that being the case, Mav. And I could see seeing Phil more so when new initiatives come forward in the gaming overall space, like mobile, PC. Then I could see Phil taking the leads there. But as far as Xbox showcases, Xbox, you know, new announcements, that kind of stuff, those old interviews that Phil did, yeah, Sarah could be the one on the couch, right? Sarah definitely could be the one on the couch talking about it. Yeah. I think you're right. I think you're right, man.
Yeah, it was a thought I was thinking about earlier, and I was like, and that's the only like potentially sad thing for me in the back of my mind, is like, because not that he's gone or going away. I mean, in fact, he's like, but like, just for that era, from the moment that Xbox was like at their lowest point, right? And maybe they even weren't at their lowest yet, but they were on their way to the lowest point, and like Matrick was out and all this stuff, and then Satya named Phil Spencer as head of Xbox, right? And then you see him show up and kind of give this like mission statement about how he's going to turn things around, and about what his goals were, right? About, I'm going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And then hearing and knowing about the battles he had to battle within Microsoft itself to even try and get these things accomplished, right? That wanted to potentially just shut it down and stuff. To go from that, being at the head of Xbox, to then getting another promotion, right? And I think there was one in between the head of Xbox and Microsoft CEO of gaming. There was another title potentially in there somewhere. But he had gotten that initial title, and it was like, okay, you know, Xbox was what it was. Started making moves, you know, it implements Game Pass, you know, starts acquiring studios, does the Xbox One X, you know, does all these things, brings in, I'm not sure who's responsible for bringing in people like Sarah, you know, and stuff like that, but she was put in the fold under Phil and stuff like that, right? And you see this team really kind of come back and grow and fight all these odds, have like these ups and downs along the way. And he's the face of it. He every step of the way when there was criticism to be had, he would stand up there and take the L, you know? And when there was success to be had, he was there to celebrate all these moments. He was there to championing all these new studios, to usher them along, to welcome them, to kind of be the face. To when things went bad, he's up there being like, "Look, you know, I got to do better. Sorry, you know." And then people are like, "Oh, you got to stop apologizing. Just do better." You know, all these things along the way. And then you see the reinvestment from Microsoft into gaming that, you know, essentially, I guess he had to talk him into or whatever. And you see all of this, and now ABK gets acquired, and you know, already after ZeniMax Bethesda, he was appointed to CEO of Microsoft Gaming, so that was already a big step. And then now you see a new president of Xbox. This is the first time that somebody else has held that kind of title since Phil Spencer, right? Like she's president of Xbox now, right? It reminds me a lot of when Phil got the title head of Xbox, you know, and it was a turning point and a moment. Now back then it was more of like a desperation. Like Microsoft was in, like, they had to pick somebody, you know,
right?
They picked this guy that was really passionate about gaming, right? That had potentially a vision, and he was a lifer at Microsoft and stuff, you know. But I think Sarah's proven her mettle over the last few years. And, you know, really kind of became a core focus and huge factor into the growth of everything that we've seen. So maybe it's going to be her that's the majority of the face that we're seeing now, right?
Yep.
It's going to be interesting, but
makes sense, bro. It does.
We'll see.
It's a big change. And we're going to see it. We're going to see it take place before our very eyes.
and not that he's going anywhere. We're still going to see Phil Spencer,
for sure.
But
Phil,
just like absolutely. At every summer showcase thing or whatever, I don't know, you know. It'd be interesting to see.
With great power comes great responsibility, and Sarah's now got it. And so those L's or those W's are going to be on her shoulders, and that's a part of that position, right? So, and again, as a person, from what I've seen from Sarah, she is a lot like Phil, and I believe she is perfect to do that same kind of. She's watched Phil take the hits and take the celebration, but Phil, when he takes the celebration, he passes it to the teams, right? And Sarah seems to be that same type of person. And when the L's come, when the hits come, he's there to take them for the team and say, "This is on me." I think Sarah's got that same integrity in her and that same style to her. And we are going to see that going forward. It's a great point, Mav. It's one I did not think about today when all this came about. But yes, I believe she will be. And we've got a lot of different things coming up that will show us how that's going to work, because they got a lot to announce. They've got a lot of different things coming up. We believe we'll probably have another direct here at the beginning of the new year. Maybe the Game Awards, there'll be something, who knows? But we got a lot of different avenues or a lot of different spots where we're going to see who's there, if it's Phil or if it's Sarah. But I believe you're right. I believe Sarah's going to be the new face going forward. It makes sense that you would transition to her. So, all right. Well, man, Xbox on a roll, big moves, big shakes, right? They are feeling themselves right now after this ABK deal. Let's go to the other side real quick. Let's go to the other.
I'm wearing my PlayStation Blue today with
you are, sir. You are.
Let's talk about this.
Let's talk about some PlayStation. So again, moves being made.
Moves.
Not the same kind of moves.
Opposite moves.
We talked about dominoes falling after ABK closed. ABK was holding up a lot of people. There's no way to know for sure if ABK had been stopped, had it failed to go through. Does Jim Ryan stay on at PlayStation? We don't know that. We probably never will know that unless Jim gets, to a certain age and somebody does an interview with him in the future and asks him about this stuff. But PlayStation has its own dominoes falling. Obviously, Jim Ryan announced his retirement a couple weeks ago, that he was stepping down. Sony Corp CFO is taking over. I forget his name, even though it's a really catchy name. He's taken over. We know all that. There's been no replacement announced for Jim as of yet. And then the one and only David Jaffe, who, again, I do enjoy listening to. Don't always agree with, but the man has a unique perspective because he's somebody who's been on the inside, somebody who's had a high level of success in this industry as a developer, somebody who has worked hand in hand with Sony, the old Sony and PlayStation. He's got a unique perspective on things, and he broke the news this week, Mav. He had put out a tease. What was it? Because we were talking about, was it Sunday night? He put out a tease.
Yeah.
Or Monday, Sunday night. It was Sunday night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Late Sunday night, he had put out a tease about some big changes happening at PlayStation that he felt weren't good. And it was obviously quite personal to him. And we had this huge discussion on the Xbox Live party about what it was, who it could be. I had thrown out there Yoshida potentially being let go because they had already demoted him once. The name that didn't pop up in anybody's head. And if I had really thought about it, maybe it would have, because I've heard Jaffe talk about her a lot. But this tease happened. People were waiting for news to come out. Well, Jaffe wound up, he'd said in his tweets that he thought somebody would pick up on it or somebody would have the story and it would get broken in the media. That wound up not happening. And actually, Jaffe went live and actually talked about what he knew. He had a couple sources within Sony feeding him information that had sent him emails. So he actually broke the news himself. And now it's been confirmed tonight, just prior to the show going live. Insider Gaming confirmed it with Sony Corp and's got an official statement. So for all of you who don't know, Connie Booth was fired. Now, Sony hasn't confirmed that, but Jaffe says 100% she didn't retire, right? She didn't step away. She was flat out fired.
Well, meaning that based on the fact that he was right that she was out,
yes.
I would also lend to believe that the sources were probably accurate on the other information as well, right?
And because we haven't had any official statements from her, right out there, when people retire, like today, Capicella, the guy who's leaving the marketing department for Xbox, was out on Twitter congratulating the guys who are moving up and saying, hey, it's been a great 32 years, right? Even Jim Ryan, after it came out that he was retiring, he had a full, press release statement, right? I'm tired of flying. I'm tired of flying. Yes. That was a better exit that you've done in a while. For anybody who still doesn't know who Connie Booth is, and you wouldn't be out of the loop if you said, I don't know who Connie Booth is. She's one of those inside baseball people that you never hear of, but is always there. Unless you've listened to Jaffe, because Jaffe has specifically pointed out Connie Booth multiple times when he's talked about what he thinks is a problem, because again, Jaffe's one of the not fans of Booty. Okay. Jaffe does not like Booty, does not think he does a good job. So he's gone on many rants about what Phil could do to shore up the studios. He has mentioned Connie Booth as one of the names that if he was Phil, or if he was talking to Phil, go get Connie Booth or somebody like her. And Jaffe's offered to give him a list of names. Okay. So that's when I've heard of Connie Booth. She was the head of PlayStation's internal production for 34 years. The list of credits to games that she has helped with, and again, as head of internal production, meaning she is kind of like Booty's role, but she was more hands on that. She's got a list of credits of like 125, 150 games underneath her belt. Some of the biggest IPs she's had a hand in, not directly as a developer, but as the head of internal production. She's the one who goes in and makes sure the teams are doing good, oversees, says, hey, this is looking good, this is not looking good. Connie Booth has been there for 34 years. So as I stated, behind the scenes, if I'm Phil, I'm making a call to Connie. Connie could be somebody that could take over Activision. Connie, whatever, even if you don't think that, she is somebody who would have a role in your company. She is somebody who knows this industry inside out. She's got all the knowledge. She's got all the partnerships. She knows a ton of people. Invaluable acquisition for Phil. I would seriously be calling her. But let's read the article here from Insider Gaming tonight, because Sony did confirm that this happened, not the firing or whatever, but they did confirm she's gone. Sony is, so this is from Tom Henderson. Shout out Tom Henderson and the crew over at Insider Gaming. Always love them. Sony has confirmed Connie Booth has departed from PlayStation following this week's rumors. In a statement to Axios, well, I guess this was to Axios, so shout out to Stephen Totila, who we'll get to, because I do have some tweets from him about Ubisoft as well. He was on roll today as well. So in a statement to Axios, Sony said Booth helped drive the success of PlayStation Studios in experiencing today, and her passion in fostering an environment where a team's creative vision could fully flourish, and has left a positive impact on many game developers. We are thankful for Connie's numerous contributions to the company and wish her the best in her future endeavors, the company said. While Sony did not specify the reason for Booth's departure, former PlayStation developer David Jaffe, who broke the news on Booth's leaving the company, said that she was fired from her role. Quote, she didn't retire, she didn't quit, she was fired, Jaffe said on his YouTube channel. Insider Gaming has reached out to its sources to help corroborate the claims. Quote, nobody can figure out how this was Connie's fault, Jaffe said, while mentioning that outgoing Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO Jim Ryan was convinced that games as a service was the future of gaming. Booth's departure marks the end of a 34-year run at Sony, which began in 1989 and in a higher up capacity in 1995 as an executive producer. Since 1998, Booth has had 4 roles under the product development umbrella at Sony, which has included director, senior director, vice president, and SVP, head of internal production. It is currently unclear who will be taking the role of Connie Booth's position. And then I will follow this up real quick here and get back to my DMs real quick, because Stephen Totila from Axios, again, shout out to him, did state, here we go. Oh, wait, do I have it in here? Yes, I do. Hold on for just a second. He did clarify that he did find out that it's unclear what she'll do next, but Herman Holst, in an internal memo, said that the studios she oversaw will be divided up among current execs: Angie Smets to work with Sucker Punch, Scott Rode with Insomniac, etc. So they're going to split her role up among the remaining execs. Oh boy, Mav. Jaffe elaborated during his talk, I'll throw this in there, that somehow, according to his sources, and he wasn't quite clear on how this all came about, but somehow Jim Ryan's initiative towards games as a service, right, somehow got blamed on Connie as well. And that some of this internal strife that we've heard about, some of the smoke, that a lot of devs and studios aren't happy with the move to games as a service, their first party studios are kind of pushing back against this whole initiative. Somehow Connie got wrapped up in this. Now, I speculate that Connie was the spokesman for Jim to the studios, that Jim laid out this new kind of goal going forward, this new vision for PlayStation, which included games as a service, which included monetization, which included single player games, including more, co-op or multiplayer modes to keep engagement up, that he laid this all out. But it was Connie's role to go to the individual studios, because she obviously, was the head of internal production, and she was the messenger. And that somehow she got shot in all this. They shot the messenger. And because of this internal, and again, this is all my speculation, just kind of what piecing together what Jaffe was saying, his sources were saying, and kind of the whole kind of atmosphere around this, is that I got to figure that Sony Corp obviously heard the pushback, heard the grumbles from their first party studios, their beloved first party studios, Naughty Dog, right? Sony Santa Monica, Insomniac, even maybe. And they had to throw somebody underneath the bus. Jim Ryan retires. Connie Booth. Well, Connie, sorry, this wasn't a happy place anymore because you brought Jim's word. Again, just my speculation. However this went down, Mav, a 34-year vet who obviously worked her way up through the company from 1989, who was a part of game development at multiple different levels, some of the biggest franchises in PlayStation history. She is credited on those games in whatever position she was in at the time. This is a massive, massive loss for PlayStation. This is the old guard, and it seems like the old guard is getting pushed out, Mav, because don't forget, Jim Ryan might not have been in position for very long, but he's been at Sony. He's a lifer from Sony. The old guard seems to be getting kind of pushed out here, Mav. So what are your thoughts about Connie getting fired? We'll call it firing right now because that's all the word on the street. So we'll just go with that.
It's interesting. I honestly, I didn't, I'm sure I've seen her before, or like heard her talked about before, but like when the name was mentioned, I didn't know, so I had to go look it up and stuff. Right. So, and then we're going to talk about this on Monday a little bit, but I didn't talk too much about it on FSP just because it wasn't confirmed yet. It was really fresh from Jaffe and stuff. And it was like, who knows 100% what was going on. Now we got more confirmation and stuff. So now it's cemented, and based on the fact that is factual and stuff, then I feel like probably the rest of Jaffe's comments are probably accurate as well.
And we should also throw in too, his sources are saying that a large part or all of her team that was underneath her as well is also gone, either through firing or they walked out or left because Connie was fired. Yeah. So that is also a part of it.
She pulled a Jerry Maguire. Who's coming with me? Right.
Right.
She's like,
right.
Man, it's crazy, man. What the hell's going on at PlayStation right now?
Yeah, and it sucks. Like, we're not here to make fun of anybody losing their job. So again, got to make that clear. You all know I hate to hear this stuff, no matter where it's coming from. I chuckled in the beginning because it's so opposite of what's happening at Xbox right now with promotions. That contradiction between the two sides is laughable right now as to what's going on. But never want people to lose their jobs no matter what. This is a huge blow. Sure, that's why I said that.
I'm sure she's going to be fine. I don't know about the rest of her team. Right. So
there's been other people that have been laying off at Sony as well. There's been other teams laying off too. So
I just, what the hell's going on over there right now? Like I honestly feel like what we're seeing is a lot of this, what's been going on recently, is the fallout of failed proper plans made in the Jim Ryan era as a high up in charge of PlayStation. Everything goes games of service. We're going to turn all of our big franchises into games of service. We're going to also have this big VR push and all these other things going on within that era. I feel like we're seeing the fallout of that, right? We're seeing there's been known now, I guess, according to these rumors, that there was a lot of internal pushback about the direction of from the studios, who were, to be frank, built to make single player narrative driven action adventure story
$250 million blockbusters, right?
So
Mav?
does it surprise me that they don't want to turn those beloved franchises that they built into some multiplayer games as a service experience? No, it doesn't surprise me at all. They have a deep love and passion for these games that they've been making, and they don't necessarily know how to do games as a service or live service games as well, right? It's a completely different kind of game, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me that there may be some pushback on that. And for everybody thinking that Jim just, I'm just ready to leave. I'm sick of flying now. Bye, everybody. I'm going to ride off into the sunset and take a sleep. I don't know how really people can actually think that now, like seeing this other news come out of this, right? Jim's gone. Somebody else now that was there for 30 plus years, you said, right? 34 years, and it has been the driving force, it sounds like, and behind a lot of the big time franchises that PlayStation has made. And if you want to say anything about the identity of PlayStation, I would say it's based on those games, right? So to move on to that and fire Connie Booth, and then now and I've also lost some of that team, as well as the other layoffs that we've heard about, right?
Yeah.
From multiple studios. there is some turmoil in
There
PlayStation
is.
right now.
Yeah.
There's internal turmoil about the direction. They need to get somebody in to Jim's position quickly. They need to establish some kind of clear direction and vision, and have an understanding of what they want to do. Because it sounds like to me there's a lot of confusion about where they want to go and what they want to do right now, and maybe some people not in agreement with each other. I don't know on the high ups above
Yep.
there at the Sony board and stuff, like what the decisions and the conversations are like there as well. Maybe there's even disagreements there about directions and stuff, but something is along the path line down to these developers right now is getting twisted a little bit, right? They had one big game this year with Spider-Man 2 that, it's a huge success, right? But it's also, you could tell it was kind of rushed out a little bit. To whoever may or may not disagree with that, it was like the game did not have the same amount of polish as you're used to from an Insomniac game, right? Still worthy of all the praise, can be a great game and still have these issues, but still not used to seeing that, right? To have potentially had a year without one big first party game would have been bad for them. They had Xbox got crucified for that last year, right? So they got it out. Congrats to the teams and stuff, but we kept talking about this. Pong, I got killed when I said PlayStation had a first party games problem this year. I look at the pipeline for next year. I still have questions, right, about what's actually going to hit, what games are people going to be actually excited for, all this kind of stuff. And I think there's more questions than ever about the future of the games at PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, why we're seeing this fallout. Well, that's why we're seeing this, like, they're looking at when Jim left, I said, like, he got out before the shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
I feel like he smelt the writing on the wall of it's going to be a rough couple of years.
It's possible.
And not to say that they're going to not be able to recover and to do great things and stuff still, but like I really saw it, and I was looking at this and thinking, like, he's bowing out before he knows what he done fucked up happens, right? And now we're starting to see the dominoes fall after this move. So they're starting to look at things, right? You see the temporary guy that took place of Jim. They're starting to look at things. Where are we at? What's our pipeline at? What are we looking for all these games of 2024? Recent news about canceling factions, all these other kind of things, right? And then you're looking at, it's like, okay, well, what's going on next year? What's going on in 2025? Oh shit, we only have this actually ready to go. Like, is that where we're at right now? Like, it's unacceptable. Who's to blame for this? Oh, hey, you're a fall guy,
Yep.
Bye. You were Jim's lackey, Connie. You're out too. Like, is that the way they see it? I don't blame her at all. And the only reason you would have to go back and look at the history and the track record being in her position before of the games that she's been responsible for, right? Because I've been doing some homework on it, to see that she wasn't the problem, like she put them in the position to be where she is, as much as it seems like anybody there, right? So, what's going on in PlayStation Land, man? I criticize them, quite frankly, quite a bit, because I haven't been happy with the direction of PlayStation for a while. But I do, at my heart, love PlayStation. I always have, and I love so many different PlayStation games and brands. And right now, I am concerned. Not that they're going to go out of business or any of this or that or whatever. But about my experiences to look forward to and what's going on behind the scenes there. I want to have some kind of great, clear direction and things to be excited for. And right now, I don't see that. And when you see all these things happening behind the scenes, this is different from just one person that's ahead of a studio or a part of a studio leaving. I mean, this is like, core a person that was, and that not just retired or whatever. There's no speculation here about that aspect right now because she didn't put out a statement. So usually we would have these talks. Are they really just leaving because of retiring? She hasn't even put anything out, right? So like that just leads to believe, like you said, that what Jaffe's saying is true. And just talking about a firing for somebody like that.
Jaffe said she was a lifer. Like
Yeah.
PlayStation was her life. He even said he'd go so far. He said, I haven't talked to her, but knowing Connie that she's going through a moment of mourning right now, of this happening, that's how invested in PlayStation she was, right? And that's the respect that Jaffe has for her, that, you know, he would even go far to speculate on that, to say that she's probably in mourning right now that this happened. That's how big of a blow this would be. Like, that's the type of person she was corporate wise, right? That she was one of those people that believed in PlayStation through and through.
Yeah. When you're there for somewhere that long, I mean, the amount of connections you have to people, when you leave something like that, you're talking about going to an office every day pretty much for 34 years, knowing you've had an impact and helped grow and shape a company into what it's become. I can imagine the love you have for that business and all the faces and people you've known.
Yep.
And then back to back, Jim and left, retired, whatever, and then now Connie Booth fired. And I couldn't imagine being in a place for that long, having the amount of success that she did, and then now you're like, bye, we don't need you anymore. Like, you fucked up for whatever reason. My voice is going, but
I can hear that.
it's just I can imagine, man. It makes sense that, you know, like I when people leave jobs that they've had for a really long time, sometimes it's an emotional time for them.
The questions are all valid, Mav. Again, we've had these conversations about Xbox. Xbox community wasn't happy with us when we talked about stuff that was going on inside Xbox. It's going to be no different for PlayStation. We're going to talk about this stuff because, again, this isn't, people leave this industry, people move around this industry. There's constantly, that's why when devs move, or even bigger studio heads move on, sometimes I kind of shrug my shoulders and say, you know, that's going to happen here in this industry. But when it's a firing of somebody that's been around for 34 years, that started the PlayStation brand at birth, that was there from the birth to now, and has done nothing but supposedly been one of your A+ employees, somebody you could count on for those 34 years to deliver in different roles. Obviously, again, somebody doesn't stick around 34 years with a company like Sony, like PlayStation, doesn't get promoted 4+ times in her career without her showing competency, without her showing a level of talent beyond the normal person. She is somebody that was entrusted to make sure that the studios were keeping that quality up for PlayStation, right? That she was there at different levels every step of the way for PlayStation. That's a huge red flag. That's something, there's disagreements inside Sony and PlayStation right now, right? There is a struggle. Just like when they walked, again, I'll throw a couple tidbits in here. Jaffe said that they walked Shawn Layden out. They escorted him with security out of the building. Okay. If that's true, that was a change of philosophy within inside PlayStation when they put Jim in charge. We've talked about that a billion times, that obviously Jim and Layden were two different philosophies. Jim's philosophy won out from the business side. So when you see something like this, you do have to say, whoa, red flag. This, to me, Mav, and I'm gonna throw some speculation in here and just see your quick thoughts. But first of all, to me, what's happening here is this is a ship that has been smooth sailing for generation and a half, 2 generations, whatever you want to say. PlayStation 3 wasn't a full generation because they went through some turmoil there, but they got things right at the end. But let's just say generation. We'll just make it easy for everybody. PlayStation 4 generation. It was smooth sailing. Kings of the Sea. They didn't have to do anything. The winds were blowing favorably at all times. They had plenty of food for everybody. It was good. Nobody was paying attention to the storms on the horizon. They thought, we've been doing so good. Those storms will blow by. That's just kind of how things are going for us now. Well, those storms didn't blow by. And in fact, those storms also included a Godzilla and Xbox that woke up. And now you got stormy seas, but your entire ship has gotten so used to smooth sailing and doing it one way and never having very many problems at all, ever. Even when you made a mistake, it was okay. The ship kept sailing. That when the stormy seas started happening and you're trying to maneuver those stormy seas, your entire crew wasn't prepared. Some people are going to get tossed overboard, right? Some people are going to get thrown out because they don't have their sea legs underneath them anymore for rough seas. That's going to happen when you're trying to now navigate rough waters and trying to find the clear sailing again. And Jim, obviously, again, this isn't speculation because this was straight from the horse's mouth, multiple interviews that Jim did say the console market is no longer enough for us. It is now capped. And if we want to continue to make our big AAA first party single player games, if we want to continue to do that, we have to find other streams of revenue. We have to adapt to what this industry is moving towards. We don't have the first party multiplayer games. We don't have the first party games as a service. We filled our holes, with third party stuff as needed by having a marketing deal with Call of Duty to give our console a leg up on the competition when it came to the most popular multiplayer franchise out there outside of Fortnite and those. You guys know what I'm saying. We did that. We don't have anything internally now because we threw all that stuff out and just solely focused on it. Jim flat out said, our console consumers are not enough for us anymore. Selling 10, 15, 20 million copies of a game is great, but it's not enough to sustain that in the future. We need to look to the future. So he tried to start turning that ship to find clearer waters. That was his role. But obviously, not everybody's agreed. Obviously, the crew said, wait. Don't worry, Jim. We've been sailing this way for a long time. These storms will pass. We'll be back in the clearing. And Jim's like, no, we got to go that way. And they were like, no. We're not going to help you turn this ship that way. There was obviously some disagreement there. Now, here's my speculation, Matt. And this is big speculation. This is wide speculation. But when I see stuff like this happen, I see old guard being tossed. I see a potential mutiny from the studios that obviously Sony Corp would know about and they probably got wind of. And you don't want your talent being upset and then leaving, right? You don't want your talent, your money makers, right? Your money makers, the true money makers, the people that row your ship and set the sails properly. If they mutiny, you lose the whole damn ship. So they don't want to lose talent. They don't want to lose these devs if they also become unhappy. So Sony Corp steps in and starts making big decisions, right? First things first, they talk to Jim. Jim announces his retirement. Okay. Next up on the old guard, well, Jim's spokesman to the studios, Connie. She's got to go. Meanwhile, Hermen Hulst is in the back behind the Sony Corp guys, smiling away. He was the one, supposedly, according to Jaffe, that was in favor of closing the Japanese studios down. Okay. It's according to Jaffe. Another little tidbit.
Yeah. Also, didn't he say, or somebody say that there's some out there in the development side or whatever that don't really like Hermen Hulst?
No, but he's protected. He's CYA right now. So I don't doubt that he's behind some of this, right? Again, speculation town. But what I'm saying here, Mav, is this is big time speculation. If Sony Corp has lost a third of its value since its peak a few years ago, okay? A third of its value. It peaked at like 124 per share. It's down to 80 per share. Not all that's PlayStation. Sony Corp's bigger than PlayStation. However, PlayStation is one of the main drivers of the stock. If Sony Corp believes that they can't compete with Xbox on the level that Xbox is doing right now, if they believe that they can't turn PlayStation into a Nintendo-like entity in which they produce hardware below cost and make profit on everything, and they're not going to take a step back from making the AAA games, the modern AAA games as we know them, and make lesser games like Nintendo currently does. Again, no shot at Nintendo, no shot at your Marios, your Zeldas, none of that stuff. They make what they make, but let's be real, it's old technology. Their games aren't what we generally consider AAA modern games like Cyberpunks and Starfields and that kind of stuff. Again, not taking shots here at all. Just saying like it is. If they decide all that's true, you move the old guard out, Mav, because you're planning on selling. You're planning on moving, right? You're planning on moving under a bigger entity like an Apple. Apple's been out here, Mav, promoting gaming. There's a rumor right now that the next super MacBooks that they're going to put out are going to promote gaming. Apple's knows Microsoft is coming for their mobile store. They know this. Apple's in prime position to do something like this. Again, regulatory bodies aside, don't know how all that would turn out, but they're in prime position to try to make a move here to compete one-on-one in all spaces with Microsoft now that Microsoft has decided that gaming is one of their pillars. Got Google still in the fold, got Amazon's in the fold. If they were going to do something like this, you would move the old guard out and give it a fresh, clean slate for whoever is potentially looking to buy. Just saying, Mav. Am I crazy? Fuzzy's put this out there for a long time. Yeah. I've agreed with him. We've speculated on it before that potentially PlayStation would be, for one of the big boys out there, a prime candidate to get into the gaming space instantaneously. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible one of them, you know what I mean? And it's a consolidation move for sure, right? It would be a big play on big tech. You got to look at there's only a handful of companies that could really afford to take on Sony, right? That would even have the interest to, right? Regulatory is, like you said, regulatory be damned. I think the regulatory out there right now, is just going to be really hard, right?
That's why I said it would be unknown where that would go.
And so for those reasons, I like Apple and Google are my two that I think is the longest shots, just because the biggest reason for them to do it is also in the mobile space, but also they have a duopoly in the mobile space, right?
Correct.
So for that reason, it's hard for me to see with how hard it was for Microsoft to get ABK when they have no foothold in the mobile space right now, where they have they're behind in console gaming, they're behind in all these other things. It's hard for me to see. So I look at the entities that aren't as big in those certain areas, right? And the one that checks that box is Amazon. So, they do have the storefront, its own storefront. That'll be a challenge in itself for consumer electronics devices and stuff like that. But they also
movie
sell
studios combined with Sony would be
and that. Yeah. So there's other factors like challenges on every single one of them, right?
Yes.
Way more than Microsoft would have had with ABK.
Correct.
Right. So it's a hurdle and a battle.
You would think.
Yes, you would think so. So for those reasons, it's kind of like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because is it really realistic or feasible at the end of the day right now? Right.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's interesting.
Yes.
I agree for sure about changes being made for change's sake. Right. There's definite moves being made left and right now. You could talk turmoil and you talk whatever, maybe, there's been, it's one thing, we get a report, this one person leaves, right? And then 6 months later, somebody else leaves, right? But we've had a wave of reports, right, in the last couple weeks from PlayStation.
Yes.
You know, so first you have Gem, then you have the Naughty Dog stuff, you have the Bungie former employees suing, you have other
Media Molecule,
Media Molecule, yep,
layoffs.
now
There's more.
Now you have the Connie Booth and like some of her team. Like, you're talking about a massive thing going on behind the scenes within PlayStation, which was supposed to be the company that had all their shit together, that knew how to do things, that we know the way to do things. We are the model that is the right way to make games, and we're successful, we're premier, we're quality, we're premium. Nothing starts until we say we do. We can't do any damn thing wrong, right? Hence, now there's shakeups going on behind the scenes because apparently, internally, they feel like they can't do anything right. Something's going on right now, right? And yes. I don't know 100% what it is. Nope. But all I can look to is what I already speculated about, is that there's concerns about the next couple years coming up, and they looked, and because all these companies are very forward thinking, they're always forward thinking, they're always forward projecting, right?
Yep.
They're projecting great with console sales, right? But again, just like
they're crushing console sales again.
Great. If that's
popularity is not a PlayStation problem right now.
No,
that is not.
Nope. Not whatsoever. People are going to eat some of that shit up. Like, I want some of that. Give it to me. I don't care what it is, right? That's just what it goes.
It's not a problem.
It's not a problem. So, but for some reason, there is still a downtrend with software and services.
Correct. Which is massive.
Yes, that's a big problem. We tried to talk about this last year when everybody was talking about Xbox's hardware sales are down, which I think is also an issue, but it's not anywhere as much of an issue as software and services, right? Like, you get less engagement, you get less people buying your games, you get less people playing your games, you get less money coming in. That is the profitable side of this whole ecosystem. That's the reason why they sell those boxes in the fucking first place, to be gateways to make money, right? That is the purpose of selling the boxes, not to be super profitable in the box, unless you're Nintendo, right? It's to sell a gateway of having a marketplace for people to spend money and give to you for providing them content to consume, right?
Yep.
It's a closed off ecosystem, money-making machine, right? Now those machines that they are selling to people are making less per every one that is sold. That is a problem, right? That is what Jim Ryan was trying to fix. That is why he saw that these machines, these boxes, are not enough for them to grow. This model that was the way forward, the only right way to do things, was not enough for them. So Jim, what I think happened is he went and tried to pull too much of a 180 all at once. He said, all right, we got to fix this. All right, so we're going to, every studio, you're making these kinds of games now, right? Microsoft acquiring studios to make all these different kinds of things, right? Now, Sony did some too, which they could afford, but Microsoft's going and acquiring things to fill in the pipeline and try and get their services going, their games as services. They're staying behind them. They keep investing in them, even though when they weren't successful at first. They acquired ZeniMax Bethesda, which even has more big single player great franchises and stuff like that to fill in variety and pipeline. They go ABK. PlayStation's like, okay, we're having all of these studios now make these things. They're saying they don't know how to make them. They're saying we're starting to have issues and questions, or we have to cancel factions now. Oh, we're having layoffs there at that studio. Oh, what's going on now? How are we supposed to do this? Bungie, we brought them in as the experts, and they basically said, we don't know shit. We don't know how to do this, right? What are we supposed to do? Like, it's going to take forever. We're no longer on this, like, quick 3-year turnaround because we're making sequels to some of these franchises. What are we supposed to do in the long term now? How are we going to pull this out? And they don't have an answer. I feel like right now they're in the transition phase, and they don't have an answer. That's going to be a rough spot, and they can't afford to have a couple 2-3 year lapse where they completely potentially lose a large potential market share, and without being able to branch on too far beyond that. So it's I don't know. It's interesting what's going on, man. It's I think they try to do too much all in behind the scenes, and they're kind of
they try to do a massive pivot,
yeah,
right? And there's equal amounts of pushback from people, right? There's a lot of disagreement with inside. I think that really is something we probably can say, that there's a massive amount of disagreement about the direction, about how you're going to go about doing that. And again, Jim's obvious, one of Jim's directives was not only to go acquire people to help make them, or to partner with people to help them make games as a service, but it was also to instruct their first party studios like a Naughty Dog to start making games like that, or incorporating those types of mechanics into their single person games. And that obviously did not play well, right? That obviously was not something that they wanted to hear. So I think more importantly, I think we'll learn more, Mav, and we talked about this when Jim announced his retirement, is who they put in charge. Who do they go out and get? And what that will mean, because that person's philosophy will tell us if they're still on board with Jim's vision, or if they go the opposite direction and maybe try to get somebody to play nicey with their first party studios and be like, okay, guys. Yeah. You were told to go do this. Don't worry about it. We'll handle it elsewhere. We'll know more once these people get in charge. And especially, if they replace Connie with somebody to oversee the internal production, or if they go this kind of spread the wealth scenario where they have their other execs take over. But that's never good. That continuity, that one voice that we were just talking about with Xbox and their management team at PlayStation right now is broken up. There's no continuity. There's no same necessarily
it's like
vision right now.
Infighting. Right.
There's something going on there, Mav. Again, red flags are red flags. There's obviously natural things that happen within the industry just over time. And if Connie Booth had retired after 34 years, I would have gone, meh, okay, 34 years. Yeah, she can go do what she wants. Like, cool, you earned it. But for this to happen right after Jim is fired, right on the heels of Jim retiring, on the heels of ABK closing, on the heels of us hearing about the smoke about the games as a service not being well received internally from PlayStation Studios, and the fact that Bungie canceled Naughty Dog's factions, you got to say there's something not right in PlayStation land. Go ahead.
I got a question for you, Pong.
Yeah.
What if they realized early on now, after acquiring Bungie and learning about this whole business and stuff, like they canceled factions for a reason. Like, what if they realized they can't afford it?
Yeah,
they can't afford to invest in all these games as service games. They don't have they're not as guaranteed. One thing, they're more expensive in the long run, and there's also, like, with a lot of the other failings going on in a lot of these games of service games out there, there's like a more of a risk obviously in it. And can Sony, like, I've been concerned from the get-go, can they stay the storm if a game launches and doesn't have a huge success and they've invested years into it? Like, what if that happens in all of these games of service games? Like, people say they only need one, right? They only need one.
That's what Jim said too. 1 to 2, which is what we always talked about.
Yeah. But what if they go 3 or 4 years and that all these developments of all these games happen and they don't have that one or two yet? Like, they're not Microsoft. They don't have the ability to withstand these storms, right? Like, that's
where my speculation came in, because they spread themselves thin too, man. Like, this lends back to the other conversation we had a few months ago about PSVR 2. And what and that was Jim's green light. What if they've just spread themselves too thin here, Matt?
Yeah.
To do this, right? To give it a go. because it's not a guaranteed success. It's high. All of this is not a guaranteed success. These are all high risk maneuvers. Spending $100 to $300 million on a single player experience that does not have any monetization, that does not have any outside engagement to it, because you don't have co-op, you don't have a multiplayer aspect. So the people go and buy it once, and that's it. That is what's not sustainable. So you've got that on top of spreading yourself thin with large investments into things like PSVR 2, like the PS Portable, the PSP. I refuse to call it PSP because it's not a PS. The PS Portable, things like that, R&D, advertising, marketing, all that kind of stuff costs you money. And like you said, Mav, now you're trying to expand into a high risk, higher than even spending 100 to 300 million on a first party single player game. Games as a service, which has a huge fail rate overall for across the entire industry, and is kind of played out at this point.
A lot of those games are down right now and losing subscribers.
It's played out.
And Sony's not going to get away with having successful $70 games as service games.
Correct.
I'll just tell you right now, there's only a handful of games that get away with that. Right. And a new IP or a game franchise coming out of nowhere to try and sell you a $70 games as service, like that's based on that, is going to have a hard time, you know? That's why even Halo went free to play for the multiplayer.
Right. Correct. That's a fact. Meanwhile, you're also trying to build up your cloud infrastructure. Meanwhile, you're also trying to make a play into mobile. Meanwhile, you're also trying to be stubborn and develop your own PC storefront before you start launching your games day and date to PC. So you are missing out on revenue there while spending revenue trying to come up with a PC storefront that's going to work for you. They have their hands in a whole lot of things. That works if you got one thing that's driving you forward. You've got a main revenue source that is driving you forward. You can try other things. But for PlayStation, they don't have that because their first party titles, while they sell really well, they aren't making the money to keep doing that over and over again. As Jim said, that's not sustainable to us.
Yeah.
So now you're asking Sony Corp to expend more cash, more resources, and maybe Sony Corp's like, we're kind of in a no-win situation here. Like, PlayStation's one of our main breadwinners for our stock, but we've got other things too, and we can't put everything behind PlayStation. Like, we're trying to do electric cars. We're trying to do, we got our insurance. We got all this other stuff. We can't put everything behind PlayStation. So, Jim, by the way, there's not a whole lot left here, boy. Maybe that's what I was saying. That's where my speculation came from, is that maybe they just tried too many different things and now they're kind of in a pickle and they don't know how to get out of it. And there's disagreements internally. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of discussions happening. There's a lot of back and forth, but no resolutions, no clear idea of how you're going to get to those smooth sailing waters again. And so this is what happens. People retire. You wind up firing people. You got crew unhappy. I think they're in a bit of a spot. Again, this has nothing to do with PlayStation failing or leaving the gaming industry. I don't believe any of that nonsense at the end of the day. But are they in a tough spot right now and kind of lost, rudderless? Yeah, they are. They truly are.
It sure seems like it, man. I don't know why they just didn't stay the course and let's try and implement a couple of these things along the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
they didn't look for the stormy weather ahead, Matt. They didn't. They rested on their laurels for too long. They got caught with their pants down.
Yeah,
they did. They got caught with their pants down.
Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
Or was it? Sorry, Sony Santa. Oh, no, Naughty Dog. Yeah, Naughty Dog. Yeah. Wasted years on factions.
Right.
Waste. Money down the drain. Yeah. Right? Remember how much crap Xbox got when Fable Legends was canceled?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, these are kind of things that are happening right now. That game Factions was supposed to have been out a couple years ago.
Right.
That was supposed to be included multiplayer on a fucking game. It's great. It's
they turned it into something bigger on purpose. I
yes,
still believe that Jim said, no, we're going to make this one of our big prime games as a service games.
All of our franchises are going to be games of service. They said that in an interview. We're going to take all of our big franchises are going to have games of service titles.
Yep. Or some type of, yes.
Yeah. Yes. It's crazy. You know?
And they spent money and they spent resources and money with Guerrilla Games and Fire Sprite creating Call of the Mountain, right? For PSVR 2. That was big budget VR game that was supposed to headline the PSVR 2, that was supposed to help move
I wonder how
PSVR
many of
2
those
handsets.
they sold.
Right. We don't hear those numbers.
And you can't tell me they're making a lot of money on that hardware.
They promote every single number that's positive, man. Yeah. They just did it with Spider-Man. They switch up the language to say that Spider-Man's 2.5 million copies was the fastest selling PlayStation 5 game, right? They got that to work. They always promote their numbers. Yeah. If PSVR 2 was hot, if PSVR 2 was selling above any type of expectations, they would be promoting the hell out of it. It's gone deathly silent on that side of things.
It was deathly silent before the damn thing launched.
It kind of, and then they kind of had a push because that was their big marketing push at the beginning of the year, right? But then it's gone. It's gone now. Again, PlayStation isn't going anywhere, but we got to discuss these things. You got Dual Shockers.
Yeah.
Dual Shockers, a known PlayStation heavy journalistic website. Dual Shockers ran an article that says PlayStation could really use a gamer CEO like Phil Spencer. Yo.
All hell Phil. He's finally getting his kudos, right?
Yes. These things aren't by accident. They know what the PlayStation diehards have said about Phil. Dual Shockers is aware who reads their articles more often than not. For them to put out an article like this says a lot. Like, this is like, this is a moment. This is a moment for PlayStation. Again, ups and downs happen in this industry all the time. It's happened to every single company, including Nintendo. Shout out to the Wii U. Every company that's been here for a long period of time has these moments, and it seems to be a cycle. We've seen it time and time again, back and forth between Xbox and PlayStation since Xbox joined the fray. It's going to happen, but this really is, to me, it feels like, despite the fact that their consoles are selling huge amounts, and again, hats off to them. They won this popularity contest. They have the mind share when it comes to what console people want to own because their friends own it, because their family owns it, whatever. It's PlayStation. Look at the reviews for Alan Wake. Look at the number of reviews for Alan Wake 2 on PlayStation. Look for the number of reviews on Xbox. It is sad, okay? But that is the popularity contest. They have won that. But that does not mean that they're not in trouble internally. That does not mean that we can't sit here and say, what is going on over there right now? Where are they going with this ship? Like I said, it means to me that they can't fail right now, no matter what kind of strife they got going on. It's not going to fail. PlayStation isn't dying. But at the same time, they're having a moment of questioning where they're at, what they're doing, and how they're going to get back to good seas. That's why I brought up the whole comparison to a ship, because that's truly what it was. Phil took over Xbox when it was sinking. He bailed it out with Satya, turned it around in a new direction, and did their own thing, charted brand new course that nobody in the industry had yet, as of yet, with a massive subscription service headlining it. Again, EA Play, was doing their thing, all that kind of stuff. People were trying it, but Xbox said, no, this is going to be a core to our ecosystem. But PlayStation, outside of their first party, single player narrative, third person driven games, which are expensive as hell, don't have a core. And they're trying to figure out how they're going to get that back again. I don't know, man. Interesting discussion though, for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
yep.
Next game I'm super excited about from first party is Wolverine. Or maybe Rise of Ronin when that hits.
Right.
But I mean, I
Rise
don't
of
know.
Ronin looks great.
Yeah, I don't know when they're coming out. You know,
Sometime,
We'll see.
Mav, sometime. They're there. Sometime.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's gonna be interesting. This is the industry evolving. This is the industry changing on the fly. This is stuff Mav and I always talk about that is just exciting. No matter what side you're on, because it's never
Yeah.
boring. There's always something happening, right?
Yeah.
Always.
And I
It's
hope
cool.
I'm wrong with my thoughts about them not having a lot for the pipeline. I really do.
Yeah.
I hope next year they come out and have a show during the summertime and they completely blow the doors off and announce a bunch of awesome games to promote the PS5 Pro, right? And that was why they held back this year, right? I hope that's the case. I've speculated a little bit about that could be the only reason they may have not announced a bunch of stuff this year, because I felt like this year could have been their like chance to really sell their pipeline for their future, because there was not a lot left. We already knew about a bunch of stuff that they launched, but they didn't this year, right? They had the showcase in the summer that nobody liked, and then they had the other state of play that was just pretty much, yay, there's Spider-Man and there's third-party stuff there, right? But maybe my hopes, PS5 Pro in the summertime or something, and then an awesome pipeline of games ready for the launch window of that. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. I'll make mention of this because everybody seems to want to talk. I don't think this is a big deal, but you posted it. Psychos posted it. Like a lot of people posted and talking about it today. But Christopher Dring, shout out to Christopher Dring, said that there was double counting of Spider-Man 2 physical sales in the UK. Again, for anybody who doesn't know, UK physical sales are minuscule on any game. Okay. This is not a big market. Okay, but I know people want to hear this because again, it's another
it's
snafu.
used for console war stuff a lot about like,
yes,
look how
it's
amazing
garbage.
they're doing, and I know,
garbage. UK more than almost any other territory is like 80-85% digital now.
Yeah.
It might even be approaching 90%. Like it's ridiculous. Anyways, there was double counting of Spider-Man 2 physical sales in UK charts this week, which means that it is not the biggest PS5 launch of the year. It was enough to move it down below Hogwarts Legacy is still the number one PS5 physical release in the UK this year. So I'll make mention of that. It's another snafu, but Christopher Dring also said still well ahead of Mario as of right now, because people were wondering if it was going to outsell Mario Wonder. Again, physical UK sales are this big. But anyways, it was another snafu. It wasn't Sony's snafu. It was on the retailers, I guess. But one of the retailers pointed it out, so they've adjusted those numbers. So Hogwarts still holds the title over.
Do those numbers break the millions?
I don't think so, bro. I think it's like maybe in the couple 100,000s, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Again, it's that market is ridiculous when it comes to digital. So
yeah.
I don't
you're
think
talking
so,
about potentially around 10% of all
right.
of the hardware sold in the market, which is also like now it's not a small market like in general, but like it's smaller than like the US or what I mean.
Yes, absolutely. In the EU, which is obviously all those countries, right?
Yeah.
The UK is by itself now. So yeah.
The UK. I forgot it's not even the EU. It's just the UK.
No, it's just the UK, right? That's why I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the numbers were enough to move it down below Hogwarts as far as physical
why
sales.
Does those numbers even really reported?
I don't, because Dring gets them, because he can write articles about it. He gets the digital numbers too. The digital numbers will be coming out. He said he's got them already, but he's waiting for some other
digital
ones to show
metrics
up,
are way more interesting these days.
Way more interesting.
And Nintendo's always going to be in the player for a while, at least in physical, right? But like,
correct.
Because they're more
obviously
probably closer to 50-50, I would assume, or something like that.
Right, and their games go up in value. So they're actually an investment. So,
it's that side's interesting, but like the metric of UK physical sales is weird. But also, I don't know how they could be double counted.
It was just reported that way, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? But whatever. Speaking of digital as well, I suppose we should make mention of this because this story made the rounds. The new PS5 all digital slim. If you do buy that add-on hard drive, or disk drive, I should say, not hard drive, but if you do buy the add-on disk drive, you will be required to have an internet connection to use that disk drive for the initial startup process. Now, oh boy, listen, I don't even know. I understand why people make a big deal out of it. I understand that it's bad. It's bad when Xbox does it. It's bad when Sony does it. It's bad when anybody does this kind of DRM. However, there are now laws put in place by big government, which you guys all know I hate big government. When big government doesn't keep up with an industry, what they wind up doing is putting in laws in place that are so overboard that we wind up in situations like this. So I did a little bit of research on this, and it is true that a part of this is due to some of the laws in place that have to do with the use of these devices, because this goes back to even the Xbox One PS4 generation. You could not swap a disk drive in an Xbox One if it was broken with another one. It would not read discs. It would not read that disk drive because each individual disk drive was connected to the motherboard, was registered with the motherboard. And this has to do with the laws in place by big government. So the fact that Sony is doing this, the fact that we have to have an internet connection as far as game preservation goes, as far as all those topics that we've talked about here, it sucks no matter who's doing it. But again, there are laws in place that force companies to do stuff like this. If Xbox goes to let's say if that new revision that we saw in the leaks was true and it's all digital, but they also come out with their own additional disk drive that you can add, chances are it'll have something like this as well. And I also think it sucks, but we've already long passed the point of return on this, folks. It sucks completely. Any DRM, any internet required connection, the fact that games aren't all on the discs, that I can't pop in a lot of my physical discs these days and just play my game without an internet connection because there actually isn't a game on that disc. It's just a license. We are long past this point. And I also, if you buy an all digital console, you already know you're going to have to be online, right? Like, there's no other way about it. So the fact that you're going to add a disk drive and that's going to require an online connection for the first setup, you already have an all digital console. You're kind of already connected to the internet in 2023, right? So it sucks. I just don't think it's a big freaking deal. Again, at this point, we're long past that point until governments decide to change their rules and decided to modify and modernize their rules and catch up with big tech. These are the situations we're going to kind of have. It's stupid because you can't replace a bad disk drive. That sucks and that's shitty, and they got to fix that. But it's kind of what it is right now. Matt, have you got any thoughts on the all digital PlayStation requiring this?
Honestly, I mean, I could have cared less when Xbox announced it back in 2013. Right. I'm just talking personally. I understand they made a mistake because like a lot of people didn't like it. I was all in on it. I was like happy that my lazy ass wasn't going to have to get up and switch disc out because I'd be able to install it and take it out and leave it somewhere, you know, because now it's registered with the Xbox. I loved that idea, right? I was like, okay, I can still collect disc and then be able to resell them and all these other benefits, but still not have to like get up and switch disc and stuff all the time.
Right.
I was super like that sounds pretty cool to me. So I was like all in on that, right? At the time. They ended up changing everything because of all the backlash, right? So am I selfish against people that don't have internet? Maybe. I don't know. But at the same time, why buy an all digital console, like you said, if you don't have internet? So like get the physical version that has the disc already in it, the disc tray already in it. It was just actually cheaper than buying the digital plus the extra disc expansion, right? So there's an option for you. If you want to get the slim model, just buy that one. If you want to buy the digital one, you're buying into a digital ecosystem anyway. You're going to be connected to the internet. Add the thing in. If you want to talk about potential problems, 10, 15, 20 years from now with it. I get it. I hope what is more important to me in the long term with game preservation and all of this stuff is that these companies do right by the digital rights and ownership that we have in our libraries and continuously move them forward with us along the way and update the games. That's what I am personally more concerned and care more about, other than preserving a physical disc or a physical piece of hardware that I may have to potentially be connected to the internet for 5 seconds in the future, right? I want my digital library to be preserved.
Correct.
And evolve and carry forward, right? That's what I'm personally always thinking more about rather than physical disc. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents, but you know, and people are probably may not like it. I'm not a huge retro gamer. I'm not a huge like game collector, right? I just have my library of games, which I have like 800 fucking games in my not my hard drive, but in my ownership in my Xbox, right?
Correct.
So that's my game collection. I don't have 800 discs laying around my house.
Correct.
Right. So I'm coming at a personal perspective, you know, here.
Yes.
I way think game preservation in the future is more based on digital than it is physical.
Yep.
Especially when 90% of the games roughly right now are being bought as digital copies of games. There's going to be less physical games in the future anyway. Like, think about how hard it is to find some of these games from the past 20 years ago, right? Like games that sold. Some of them are like rare collector's items and all that kind of stuff. And that was when they were cartridges, when they lasted longer than little plastic disc. And now you talk about these games are only like 15 to 20% or less. Sometimes are sold as physical. And think 20 years from now, we're going to even have less of those discs laying around. Like, digital is the future of game preservation.
Yep.
We have to put the pressure on Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo.
Well, and all publishers. Right?
Yes, all publishers, to make sure our digital libraries carry forward and always stay relevant and always it can get updated with future hardware that we purchase. That's the future of game preservation. Is that it's emulation.
Yep.
All of these different things, right? Being able to convert your physical copy into a digital copy potentially in the future. All these kind of things. That's the future of game preservation to me personally. I don't honestly give a shit that I have to potentially plug in a box to the internet for 10 seconds in order to get it to check, especially if it was a digital thing in the first place.
Yep.
I didn't care about it when the disc was included in the box either, personally, because I'm not thinking about the past. I'm thinking about the future.
And I still like physical. I still know the value, and I understand why people still are attached to it.
I get it. Yeah,
I do. And like I said, we've already seen it in books and certain other entertainment forms that the digital versions are being allowed to be edited and censored. That's not okay to me.
Yep.
Okay. That's not okay.
You want to preserve the originals. Yeah.
The original should be preserved, even if it's outdated, even if it contains things that might be offensive in this day and age. A lot of
Spider-Man players want to roll back their patches right now.
right, exactly. So I'm not for any of that. And that Mav is correct, and I've talked about this too as well, that the government has to catch up here, and that games that require internet connections, if that publisher, that's dev studio goes away, that there has to be some type of fail-safe programming in it, that they can patch it and allow people to continue to play and use that game after the fact, after life, from a publisher, studio, or online services or whatever. That should be required in all games. And that's something they don't have currently speaking. Or like Mav said, there has to be protections for emulation. If something like that does happen, that even the licensing reverts and you're allowed to emulate that game without any, that lawfully emulate that game no matter what, right? That has to be in there so we don't lose this stuff. Phil's talked about this, all this kind of stuff. Somebody did ask in the chat specifically what laws this was in regards to. This is from VGC, everybody. This is partly due to Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which says it's illegal to circumvent technology measure that effectively controls access to a copyrighted work, which in this case is the firmware on the disk drive. As such, in order to prevent piracy and also perhaps third-party repairs, Sony and Microsoft use the pairing method to ensure that each console can only work with the specific drive assigned to it, meaning users can't modify or replace the drive. The initial online connection requirement for the PS5 drive then may be a security check designed to verify the drive, then create the unique pairing between the drive and that console. So again, it's Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act that is coming into play here. And again, this goes back. You can go read articles where people were starting to try to repair like Xbox One disk drives that went bad, and they were trying to swap them. And it said can't be read. Like you could get it to work, but you pop in a disk and it would say can't read. Yeah. So that was a part of that back then, even. So yeah.
Shout out to God Emperor Sofa King that hit us with the 10 memberships. Appreciate you, bro. Amazing.
Choo-choo. Here we go, everybody. The sub train is rolling. Let's go. This keeps the advertising away from the show. So you know what? We got a stretch goal, everybody. That's right. Get us to 50. So Mav does not have to incorporate live ads into this show. That's true. What we don't want.
This isn't true.
Be ready for the Fun Speculation Network coffee coming your way very soon. We're going to sell bags of coffee. Your support means the world to me and Mav. So we don't have to introduce advertising. Everybody get on that sub train. Let's go. And if you get gifted a sub, don't be afraid to gift one back. That's what we love to see around here. Thank you all. Love you.
Great. Thanks, Pong.
I have to do it every time.
No, appreciate you for sure. God Emperor Sofa King, you're amazing, dude. Yeah. Also, I got it, Luis. Jax82 hit us earlier with this super chat. I'm super late on. I apologize about that, but it says I kept hearing Matt Booty's name, didn't see him a lot or hear a lot from him. Mostly Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond are doing interviews. Matt, not so much. Yeah, Matt's does a few interviews here and there, and there's usually interesting things like he'll say, "Yeah, I'm excited about Fable," things like that, and it's really juicy stuff.
I really want to show you guys Fable, but they won't let me.
Right,
even though he's in charge. These were the things where the criticisms came from. Right, Booty is not a camera guy. He is not. He's that's where his mild mannerness impression comes from, is because in front of the cameras he's not comfortable, right? He's not that Sarah Bond, he's not that Phil Spencer. He looks uncomfortable when he's in front of the camera. Not that he can't speak, because he does a very good job. I mean, I've always found his interviews very interesting, but yeah, you can tell that he has stayed out of the limelight and he likes to be more in the background guy, right? He likes to be that dude in the shadows that nobody talks about or nobody asks anything to. And you can tell that. Again, he seems like a super nice guy, but that's where we did get the impression, like, really, Booty? We're really? Like, you're letting your devs tell you can't show something?
It was interesting to see him right after the big summer showcase with Phil Spencer being interviewed by Grubb and the people over at Giant Bomb. So that's where we got the most interesting, what I call booty nuggets dropped from Booty.
Yes.
Right. We got some interesting booty nuggets there, and maybe expect some more shows and stuff in the future. And also potentially maybe Xbox will show up at the Game Awards this year, according to potential speculation based on some of the talk that they had. Then right
keep
on,
entertaining.
To keep entertaining. Hey everybody. All right. 3-bit member for 28 months. 28 months, dude. 3-bit. It's almost 3 years, bro. It says, great combos, love you, bros. Love you too, 3-bit. Everybody congratulate 3-bit on getting engaged. He's taken everybody. I know he's the looker on the channel, right? Everybody loves them some 3-bit, but he's gone. He's taken. I'm gonna have to actually close the the 3-bit OnlyFans page on the Discord. So I'm a little disappointed about that. Sell that Mav roast. We got roast beef. I did have roast beef today. I had roast beef from Jersey Mike's. I had roast beef and salami. Oh yeah, that was really juicy. It was great. Let's see, 3-bit is the man. He's got the Kavorka. What does that mean? I don't know what that. Should I have said that word? Because I don't know what it means. Coffee? Sell the coffee? Everybody, let's buy some coffee. It's called Mav's Fun Speculation Coffee. It comes in dark roast, medium roast, and breakfast blend. You can get it next month if you gift 5 memberships. I'm just kidding. All right. So what were we talking? We're talking about Booty, right? Guys, I think Matt Booty is like, he is that behind the scenes guy, but at the same time, what we saw behind the scenes from Matt Booty, from his emails and stuff, he is vicious, right? So I think Matt Booty's actually a really good person for Xbox to have. So it's gonna be interesting to see what he does. But yeah, good thoughts. Yeah, I was just having fun with the chat a little bit.
Awesome. I'm sure you were. You always like it when I leave, so you can do crazy shit.
Can I leave for a second too? I really have to use the bathroom.
Of course you can. Of course you can, bro.
I'll be right back.
Yep, no problem.
We'll
see you back.
Pong's time. We'll see what Pong does.
I'm gonna talk to the chat here, brother. I'm gonna talk to the chat a little bit. Let's see what we got on here. Let's go back a little bit here. I know we had some good conversations here. Traybone 408, shout out to you for joining us tonight. Says I went digital because I got tired of taking my games to pawn shops when I needed money but still wanting the game, so I went to digital. Don't have to rebuy if I sold the game and wanted it back. Everybody's got their reasons to do it, and that is one of them. I'm a mix of physical and digital. I am mostly digital, I will say that, and obviously PC side has been digital almost completely for a long time, right? So these aren't new topics whatsoever. I do like the, obviously having my digital library available to me at all times, like Mav said. Now, I'm not quite as lazy as what Mav says, where he doesn't even like getting up and changing out his discs. I don't mind that at all, but just be able to pop on the Xbox and pull up my digital library is nice. It's a nice feature to have. And again, I like preservation. I like physical, but there is a convenience factor. There is the reality that no matter how much I wish that the old days, a lot of ways stuck around, that's just not where we're headed. Rainbow says, I have flash media that is hardened through. There are ways to work around some kind of compromise. Yeah, there's lots of workarounds and there's lots of things going on in the background. People always find different ways. That is true. I got a physical, Nicholas Lund, shout out to you, Nicholas. I got a physical copy last week. Still love having them on a shelf. Looks good and love the art, even if the manuals are gone by now. Yeah. Again, if you got the space, no matter what it is, to me, some people would call it clutter. Some people don't like the look, but to me, books, movies, games, neatly arranged on nice shelving in your house, like a library. I want a house that has a full-fledged library someday. I would love to have shelves filled with books. That still does appeal to me as well. I agree 100%.
We talking about books?
We're just talking about physical stuff. I was going back through some of the comments people had on physical versus digital, right? And Nicholas Lund said, I got a physical copy last week. Still love having them on the shelf. Looks good and love the art, even if the manuals are long gone by now. And I was saying that if you've got the space, right, and you got nice shelving and you've got them arranged nicely, books, movies, games, it does look pretty cool. Like when I see people's collections online, when people post, bro, it looks cool. It looks awesome, man. Just to have that many. And like I said, I want a house someday with a real library. I'd love to have, I'm a reader, or used to be. I don't read as much anymore, but used to be a very big reader. So I'd love to have books stacked everywhere, man. I think it looks awesome. It just is such a cool thing.
Man, anyway. I used to collect all the damn magazines back in the day, and then I kept them for forever, and I so wish I had them. But then, like, every time I moved, it was like 1,000 pounds of fucking magazines, dude. And it was like, oh my God.
I've gotten rid of a lot. I still have a lot. I've got my old Dragon magazines, which for anybody who played D&D and stuff, that was a huge magazine. Some of those are actually worth money too. I've got a whole box of those out there. But yeah, I used to have all my Dreamcast magazines, right? I used to have all my PlayStation. Remember when PlayStation had their magazine? Used to have all theirs as well, plus EGMs and Game Pros and all those. Used to have them all the time. I used to keep a lot of them. Some of their cover art was so cool.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh, bro, so good. So good. Nintendo Power, sure, Def. If you were a Nintendo fan, Nintendo Power was it, man. Nintendo Power has been around for freaking ever, man. It's so cool.
I would just go to the grocery store with my mom just so that way I could sneak off to the magazine section and grab the gaming mag and just sit there reading it while she was doing the grocery shopping back
and sneak out the demo disc.
Yep.
Or convince my mom to buy it for me so I could have the demo disc.
Do you remember when there was a time when Axe like shampoo and conditioners and like stuff they had Xbox Live codes on their bottles for a little bit?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay, so there was a time. I can't.
So you went to store.
If I say this story, I might go to jail. I don't know. So there was if you bought like an Axe or a body shampoo and conditioner or like body wash or whatever, they would have like a little code on it that had like a code you could redeem for like 200 Xbox Live Gold points or whatever they called back then, right? And so at the same time that this was going on, there was magazines out there that had a free coupon for a free thing of Axe shampoo and conditioner. So you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Yes,
so
yes, of course.
Me and Kate, we went and drove to every fucking store within like a 45-minute radius that had magazines, and we'd take out the coupon, and then we'd go to like a Target checkout, and we'd use like 10 coupons to get like 10 bottles of Axe shampoo and conditioner. Go home and end up redeeming like 50,000 like my fucking Microsoft points, dude.
Amazing.
It was crazy. And I had like under my bathroom sink, I had like so much fucking Axe shampoo and like body wash and conditioner under the sink, man.
It's like there's like one of those the couponer shows.
I mean, you're talking about crazy. Like 20 years ago.
20 years
I mean?
ago,
like.
Oh yeah, no, bro. There's so many different.
I didn't have any money. I had to do what I had to do. You know what I mean? Like,
nope, absolutely, man.
Is
absolutely.
taking coupons out of a magazine a crime?
No, it's not. I don't think so. At least it's Sappho when they started putting in plastic on the magazines. If you guys are old enough, they used to have at the grocery stores when you would get something in one of their plastic bags, they had the little tabs that you clipped on there. We used to actually use them as zingers, right? You could flick those things were freaking dangerous. They were so damn cool though. So anyways, if you broke off one of the tabs though, that used to clip onto the plastic bags to hold them shut, if you clipped off one of those, it became sharp on the edge. That you could make a nice slit in the side of the plastic and the demo disc would just drop out. And you didn't know where it came from, but the demo disc was there. There's no way to buy the demo disc. So, man, don't want to go to waste. I'll probably just throw it away. It wound up coming home with you. Just letting you know. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, the things we used to do. Anyways. A life of child crime, I tell you.
Oh, the funny thing is, too, when I had those points, my Microsoft account ended up getting hacked.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And somebody.
So your karma got you.
But no, it didn't. It actually turned out okay because you're going to think this is crazy. Whoever stole my account just went and bought a bunch of games with it, right? Because that's all they could do with it. Like they tried to get my credit card, but like I didn't have like I was smart back then. I didn't leave my credit card on there or whatever.
Sure.
So they just like used all my rewards and bought a bunch of random games and stuff, right? But So I was like, but yeah, I didn't do this. So I called Microsoft, and they, found out that it had been hacked. They saw that it was logged in somewhere way else, far away and stuff. I got the account back and then redeemed all my points, but they didn't take away the licenses for the games.
So you got all the games.
I got
anyway.
all the games that person got, awesome. And plus I got my points back. It was insane.
That is awesome. Oh my God, that's freaking fantastic. Oh my God, Mav, listen. We've had a lot of business talk. We've had for nearly 3 hours, bro, which is crazy. We got to talk some games, brother. We got to talk some games. I hope the chat's ready because we do have to get into, as long as you're still good, man. I don't know what you got going on tonight, but as long as you're still good, we got to get into the Xbox partner preview that happened this week too. We did have a show this week, folks, from Xbox, a surprise show. They have now done something. And again, Mav, give us our kudos for talking about what they needed to do. And this goes back 2.5 years ago, brother. What they were going to do with all this was after the ZeniMax acquisition was announced. What were they going to do to make sure that people were aware of all the games? And we had conversations that, again, upset this community for some reason. They told us we didn't have marketing majors, that we didn't know anything about marketing, that Xbox's YouTube channel was enough, that Xbox Wire was enough. They were doing fine, man. They didn't need to copy Sony or Nintendo.
Yeah.
And then starting last year, we got starting this year, I should say, we got a little thing called the Direct, right, Mav? Got this little show called the Direct, which is something that we said they should do for their first party to keep pushing the games that they had coming. We also said they got to do something with their third parties too, that somehow they had to incorporate all these deals that they're making, Game Pass deals, marketing deals with their third parties, partners. That was important that they get those in the limelight too, because again, their Xbox first party stuff is going to become so massive, right? And they're going to have so many games dropping between Game Pass and first party and all that kind of stuff. There's no way that people could keep them all like in their head, that you had to give them the time that they deserve to shine. Well, we got the Direct, came true, Mav, and now we got the third party show also coming true because they've created a new one. And again, shout out to Tina Amini. I think she is one of the most underrated hires in Phil's career right now. And it's already just a short period of time. But again, remember, she was this little hire that was just kind of mentioned out of the way, that they brought somebody over from IGN to handle their shows, their marketing shows. And she has now developed a team that is knocking it out of the park every time. Now, again, you can say, what are you talking about, Pong? This is a third party show. Whatever. This was like a nothing burger. This was putting the shine on your partners' games, both big and small, that are coming to your ecosystem, that help associate these games with Xbox. Her and her team are doing a phenomenal job. There was no talking in this. It was nonstop games. It was like 20, what did it wind up being, man? Like 28 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
28 minute show. It's got a marketable name to it. Xbox partner preview, alliteration for the win. Yep. I'm an alliteration fan. I love alliteration. Some people might say it's overused. I don't care. It works. The partner preview show is now going to be something they also incorporate going forward, and I love it. So we had this show announced, I think 2 days prior, Mav. 2 days, yeah. We had the show like this. Beautiful. Loved what I saw from the show. So let's run through these games here real quick, Matt. What did you think overall about the show, though?
Yeah, at first I liked the announcement, kind of give a rundown of some of the things to expect.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
There was like 4 games that they had mentioned, right? To kind of give a expectation. And I loved the name, not because, it's such a cool name, because it tells us exactly what to expect. So there's no like,
right.
Like when people watch a state of play, They don't know if it's
Yes.
going to be a huge, great one, or if it's going to be like a shit
Yep.
one, or like if it's going to be like an indie one, or whatever, right? Sometimes PlayStation puts it out there, but like the masses are just kind of going to miss some of these announcements. They just know there's a state of play or see a state of play video or whatever, right? So yeah, it doesn't necessarily hit all the same, and that happens too with Nintendo Directs too, right? Like, so this was a different wording and phrasing than a developer direct, which now Xbox has established, right? Because they did the Starfield Direct, they had the developer Direct, right? And now this is a partner preview, right? So it's clear with the messaging about what these things are. So I love that. Overall, the show I thought was good. It was exactly as advertised, but it actually had some surprises in there, which is also really awesome. Some bigger stuff that maybe was people didn't expect to see. That's for damn sure. So
yeah, no, I just like you said, man, they set it up perfectly, set expectations perfectly, and it delivered. For me, it delivered. Again, I'm going to say this show blew my world away. No, of course not. Of course not. But I knew going in what it was going to be. And like Mav just got done saying, there was some surprises that I wasn't expecting, some games that I already knew about, but showed more. And we're going to talk about those that got me interested even more, even if I was high. Like, this was the perfect show. I just really thought they did a great job with it. So I'm not going to go in order, but I am going to run down some of the stuff, and Mav, jump in here, give me your opinions on some of the stuff, especially the bigger stuff, what you thought here. And if anything caught you by surprise, let me know, and give me your words on it. Let's start with a big surprise, depending on your perspective, okay? But a big surprise because of the IP that it is and who it's associated with. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Everybody, shout out to MBG who dressed up during one state of play. Everybody thought that this would be continuously showed at state of plays under PlayStation. PlayStation got the first trailer for it, right? But lo and behold, it shows up here at the partner preview program with the first actual in-engine gameplay footage, Mav, for Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. It's Snake. It's Unreal Engine 5. Yes, it's still Konami, and we all know from the Metal Gear whatever you want to call it, emulated release that they just put out. It sucks, whatever.
Yeah. That
it's hit or miss with Konami, but we still got Unreal Engine 5 Snake. I thought it looked really good, Mav. Obviously it's early footage, but I thought it looked really good. What did you think about Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake?
Thought it looked gorgeous. Like, hope the game actually looks like that when it comes out.
It plays well.
Yeah, I hope it plays well. Also, the trailer looked impressive. So this is one of the better showings I've seen from like Unreal Engine 5 so far for like something like this. Cool to use it for like a remake like this, right? The remake, remaster, whatever they're calling it. It's a remakester, as some people are saying, right? It looks more well redone than Last of Us Part 2 or Last of Us Part 1 was in their remake, right? So I think this is more of a remake more so than remaster, right? And
absolutely, 100%.
Kind of built from the ground up, more like a Dead Space or like a Resident Evil situation, right? So I'm liking what I'm seeing from it. It seems like one of the better, like I said, one of the better implementations of Unreal Engine 5. Also, with what they're trying to do with this game and kind of stay true to the original, it looks like that's going to be within like the scope of being able to do a lot with that engine. Instead of going way too big and potentially losing, some quality or performance there. So I just hope it has great performance. I hope it has great visuals, and I hope it plays great. But right now, that showing was pretty damn impressive. So I'm just down on them in general right now because of that shit they just threw at us. So it's hard to give them praise too much for this when they just hit us over the face with this shitty Metal Gear thing that they just did, right? With this Master Collection, they're calling it, right? Like, it's just what a fuck you to gamers everywhere, right?
Yep. What a
So
fuck you to the series. What a fuck you to the IP.
yeah, what
Just absolutely
fuck
awful,
you to
man.
everybody involved with the original games.
Kojima,
Kojima,
everybody.
like,
Yeah, this is terrible, bro.
yeah. So it's hard to give them praise, but hey, fuck, they looked
They
great.
look good.
At least I'm excited for it. I ain't gonna buy that other shit unless they do
No,
something to it.
no. We're not touching that stuff. But this one again, and then this was a big W for my Xbox, because again, Metal Gear is so associated with PlayStation. Everybody assumed that PlayStation would get the first gameplay footage. Everybody just assumed that. Originally, people just assumed that the remake was going to be exclusive, right? So the fact that they got it here for this show, it was awesome. It was a great get.
Man, what do you think? How do you think Sony felt there seeing Metal Gear show up at this Xbox show like that? And not just
winds of change are blowing, man.
This wasn't even like at a huge showcase event. This was just at a smaller event. They had fucking this game there. I was like, whoa, that's
the relationships that they've established over in the East cannot be understated. They still have a lot more work to do over there, but the work that Phil and Sarah especially and the rest of that team has done flying over there nonstop is paying dividends. It is paying dividends, man. They have created inroads that just weren't there before. They've got more to do, but you're seeing it in this kind of stuff. This is big. This is big, man. It is.
Yeah.
Agree wholeheartedly. Alan Wake 2 showed up here. Most people said, I've seen enough Alan Wake 2. We've seen it time and time again. It looks great. It looks fantastic. I don't need to see it anymore. For me personally, Mav, this one saved me from buying it. Not that I was going to buy it day one, but I now, not to say I will never pick this up, okay? Because I love Alan Wake 1. I'm planning on going back and playing the remaster. I think I'm going to pick it up on sale right now for $10.
Too much pure horror for you?
Too much pure horror. They are, which shout out to Remedy. It's been a long time. They have honed their craft. Obviously, the reviews are now out for Alan Wake 2. Now, again, there's some things about these reviews that I'm going to wait and see how people are playing it and coming across it. There's a couple reviewers who did point out major problems, bugs, and game-breaking stuff. We'll see if some of the reviewers ignored it or if it's just a mixed kind of experience for people.
One of those
but
pick and choose situations.
Pick and choose, ignore. Well, yeah, we're right. But obviously, it came out to fantastic reviews. People are praising Remedy, talking about how great the stories are between the two characters and everything that goes into this game. This game has got hype. I love Alan Wake 1. But for me, this showing solidified that they have gone into beyond the psychological horror and are leaning into real horror and jump scare horror and like, that double torsoed woman thing that she was fighting in this, the FBI agent. I was like, yeah, no. So not to say I won't ever play this, but I'm just saying I'm not planning on buying it up front, but I thought it was a great showing. Story looks incredible. Remedy really knows what they're doing with Alan Wake. I thought for how long it's been since they've touched Alan Wake, which was like 13 years or whatever it's been, bro, for them to come back in this fashion, create what people are calling one of the most gorgeous games of the generation on any platform is pretty incredible. I saw Digital Foundry stuff about the PC version. The way that they've used the tech, Mav, like, wow, bro. Like, ray tracing on the metal, like, looks like it's almost real metal. They're showing off. So anyways, what's your thoughts on Alan Wake 2?
Yeah, I thought it looked really freaking impressive, but I'm kind of with you. Like, I also am not a huge, like, horror games fan, I'm still wrestling with playing Dead Space Remake, and I might do that now because it's in Game Pass. But I just don't really get super into a lot of these games. Some of the Resident Evil games I really like, and some of the franchises I'm kind of more into. But for some reason, like the first Alan Wake was more along my speed, but even that was still not like a favorite of mine. So. I don't know. It looks amazing. Like it does. Yes. Like I just don't know if I'm going to enjoy playing it. Right. It's kind of like how I look at some of the PlayStation first party games. Like it looks amazing. It's so impressive, all this stuff. And it's just like, but I'm not really excited to play that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right.
I understand where the hype is and how it could get great reviews and all these kind of things. It's just personally not on my super hype level, right?
No, right,
But
exactly.
everybody that is, man, they were treated
Yeah.
right, because
Yeah.
this looks like it's going to be a special game for a lot of people.
Yeah, no. Yeah, people are praising it already. Like I said, I can't wait to see what people actually get hands on with it, what they think, and if the bugs are what some of the reviewers did touch on, or if they are more just hit or miss, like we've seen a lot of. Some people's, like, some people's experiences are great, some people's aren't. A lot of games, we'll see. But I can't wait. But Sousa, you've been around long enough. I don't do horror, right? I don't do horror. I can get to a certain point. Right. I enjoyed the Dead Spaces back in the day. I played the original Alan Wake on 360 and was cool with it. More psychological than true horror. I can do those, but like the new Resident Evils, nope, won't do those. Right. Dead Space, the remake, I've got it downloaded. I'm going to try it, but I don't know if the update, the upgrades that they've done, the remake is now leaning. It's going to make it so that it's to that point where I can't do it. But yeah, Sousa, as I get older, I can't do horror, man. I just can't. Shout out to brother Steel Rain too for dropping in here. I see you, brother. He says, are you in the finals? I have not downloaded the beta yet. I did want to check it out though, because that's one of the games we're going to talk about here too. Let's see here.
Real quick, Pong, we have a super chat earlier from Traybone 408 for $2. Says, I switched cartridges at Blockbuster at WWF Raw to Royal Rumble.
Wow. Good effort when you can take apart the cartridges. Yeah. Swap them out. I bet.
Oh, man. Ruthless.
And then God Emperor.
Yeah, God Emperor Sofa King, member for 6 months, says, Alan Wake performance looks sus.
Yeah, it's pressing.
Some people are kind of saying some things.
It's pressing those PCs, boy. Even the 30 series is getting really, like, people are like, oh, I gotta drop this down to like 1080, like, or 1440, and I gotta dial it back in order to get consistent performance. Yeah, I mean, again, when the Min Max came out and they showed the specs, everybody was scratching their heads, going, oh boy, here we go. What are they doing? So yeah, there has been some question about that. Digital Foundry says that the console versions look great. So we'll see. John Linneman was out there saying the PS5 version looks great. So, and Xbox should technically have a leg up because they supposedly use mesh shaders, which Xbox has and PlayStation 5 doesn't. So we'll see if they took advantage of the Xbox version. I'll be interested. I'll be curious. All right. And no, I'm not gonna take my tampon out. No, I'm too old. I don't care. I admit I'm not a horror fan. I just am not. I get scared.
You want me to take it out for you, Pong?
Nope. Thank you. Pause. No.
Okay.
We're not having that either. Oh God. Jesus.
I didn't know if you needed assistance.
No. Okay. Ark Survival Ascended. Let's go, Mav. Let's change subject here real quick before we go too deep. Pause. Ark Survival Ascended. The new version of Ark is coming out. Everybody can laugh. Everybody can dismiss Ark. I never got into it. My kiddo played about 4,000 plus hours. He had a clan with some Australian dudes that he used to stay. He changed his whole sleep cycle before he had a job where he can't do that. He did. He would sleep during the day and be up in the middle of the night when Australia was up.
So he could play with like these guys.
No, but he could. He could do it. He could do it. But Ark Survival's got a big fan base. Now they're not necessarily happy with this because they are getting rid of the old one and forcing everybody to buy this one. There's some rumors, some smoke out there that the developers are running out of money for Ark 2, which was supposed to be coming out to Xbox this year on Game Pass. Remember that? The Vin Diesel trailer. That Ark 2, supposedly they might have run out of money and they're doing this whole Survival Ascended to do some fundraising, right? So, but what I will say is the trailer was definitely an upgrade from the old Ark. Mav, did you ever play Ark?
This is what my experience playing Ark.
Yes.
Turn it on.
Okay.
I show up on a beach as a naked man. I get killed by a dinosaur.
Yep.
I turn it off.
You want to talk about jank? Whew.
Yeah. There was a good 5 minutes in between the killing and the running around trying to pick up stuff, trying to figure out what to do with it, and realizing that this experience was not for me at the time. So
yes. So we'll see how this goes, but it does look good. I will give them that. The upgrades definitely are there. I mean, it's a different looking game. Now, again, we'll see how it plays. We'll see what their community, like Sappho said, they do have a very loyal fan base. Again, I've seen the videos of people doing raids. My kiddo and his clan used to do the whole raid thing, get it like 1,000 dinosaurs bred and trained, and they just mob some other person's base. Like, I've seen it. It's impressive. It's cool stuff. But we'll see how this one goes. But shout out to Arcus Survival Ascended, man. Again, I think it's going to probably do well. All right, this is the game that I was already looking forward to. And funny enough, they showed off something I was not expecting at all as a mechanic of this game, and I'm actually more hyped for it. And that, of course, is Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth. Mav, I had no idea that this was going to be an Animal Crossing Stardew Valley Yakuza. I had no, I don't know if anybody
just like
did.
A certain part of it, I would like, or is that
it's
the whole
a
game?
Main part of it? You're building out the island the way that you want to.
Right.
In between, you're having Yakuza fights, like dudes are showing up trying to trash your island and stuff, right? So you get into Yakuza fights and you got some storylines there. But yes, this is the main part of the game. You're building out your island.
I didn't know if like the main part of the game was like a regular Yakuza game, and then you could go like travel to this island and have this whole other experience.
No, Dondoko Island is your main business that you're trying to build up here, Mav. So yeah, the lovable fuzzy creatures, and yeah, that's all part of this, Mav. I'm down. I'm down.
Like regardless, I'd be honest with you. Even if there's still a whole nother Yakuza game that's there, like a regular Yakuza game, after seeing this, I'm most excited to play that regardless. So
I'm telling you, I was laughing because I thought it was a joke. I thought it was part of their marketing. Like they were doing this whole, they're not. Like, this is legit. The big question here, Mav, is do we get Kaitlin to play this?
I don't think so.
Bro, she can build her dream house any way she wants.
Doing that House Flipper in Starfield right now, though.
I know, but she's got another one coming.
Yeah, like I just like when he was like working on the stuff, like
I know. There was a chair. He like wipes his brow and he's like, whoo, and then there's a chair, ping, chair. Like yes. I'm all in for the January 26th. 2024 is when this drops. It is not coming to Game Pass. Remember, that's the man who erased his name. That Like a Dragon. God, I just wish they would have stuck with Yakuza and Like a Dragon separately. Anyways, that's the one that's coming in to Game Pass, and they just dropped Ishin into Game Pass as well. But this one is not going to be. But I'm here for this one. I really want to play this one. It looks fun as hell.
This is an Infinite Wealth, right?
Infinite Wealth.
Okay, Yakuza Infinite Wealth, babe.
Yes, correct. Yes,
it has a
awesome.
What is it called?
Dondoko Island. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to build up your whole island. You get to decide what stores go in there, but you can build your dream house like literally, but from the floor on up, you can build it any way you want to. Looks awesome. All right, and then we got Still Wakes the Deep. Again, shout out to all the horror fans. Shout out to the horror genre having an explosion of popularity, both in movies and all types of media, including video games. This one looks awesome. I always love the aesthetic in horror games. It's just that the minute that thing was chasing him through the water, Mav, and he went up the ladder, and then he went down into he had one of the open doors, and he went down the ladder, and that thing said, what did it say? Stay down there or something like that.
It said, slammed it. You don't want to play this game.
Yeah, I was like, yeah,
what I heard.
No,
yeah,
I was like, no. First person horror. No, thank you. But Still Wakes the Deep looks really good. Again, you can look it up all these games on Xbox Wire too. They did interviews with a lot of the devs and got some more in-depth stuff. So if you guys want to see any of that, go to Xbox Wire.
I was already out when I saw the thin beam I had to walk across in first
person.
Yeah. I'm like, nope, not doing that. I'm okay.
Right. Yep, absolutely. But Still Wakes the Deep is coming to Game Pass. Early 2024 is the release window. It is coming to Xbox, PC, PlayStation, everywhere, but it is coming to Game Pass early 2024 as well. Mav, then we got a game that both you and I are, of course, excited for. We've got to start finding some time, Mav. We have a lot of RTS games to play.
Bro.
Company of Heroes 3, I still need to pick up. I want to play with you. Pause. On the game, I want to team up. We need to get back to age 4 because the hour and a half we played the other day was awesome. We got to get back, but we're getting another one, Mav, right? Manor Lords is coming to Game Pass PC, and then eventually will come to console, but it's coming to Game Pass PC April 26, 2024. This will be in game preview. But Manor Lords is a historic RTS strategy game where you get to build up your town. You got to arm your townsmen as defense until you get big enough a kingdom to start actually getting warriors. This looks cool as hell. Again, This is Manor Lords for all of our fellow RTS fans out there. Go take a look at this video. Big time battles, lots of people on the screen. Again, not mind-blowing graphically, but just moody historical setting. Looks awesome now, right?
I was like, what is this game? And they kept getting better and then better and then better. I'm like, okay. And then it said it's coming to PC Game Pass, right? I'm like, yes, okay. Manor Lords, man. I sent y'all a DM, but like I didn't mention any other game from the show to you guys, right? In the DMs, I was like, hey, that Manor Lords game looks pretty awesome.
I know.
Like,
build your own kingdom from the ground up, Mav. Oh,
yeah, but it's like also the art style and it's not the most impressive, but like the way that the building is presented and the way that the stuff is presented is in a very traditional way for like old school RTS games. And that is what kind of sold me on it more than anything else. Like the way that you build it and the way that the building kind of the structured and stuff like that. So,
freaking bro.
Yes,
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. And coming to Game Pass, PC Game Pass. You and I are going to fire up the PCs for that one for sure. All right. So, Andrew Cullinane says Manor Lords demo was more of a city builder. Yeah, I had heard that from people because that is a big part of it. You are actually doing some city building as you build up your town because you kind of also control the construction of it. But obviously, they showed off much more of the RTS as you are defending and then eventually increasing your land, right, by taking over other land. They showed a lot of those
even
battles.
how they were the building placement and stuff seemed more classic RTS.
Classic RTS, correct. I can't wait for that one. So yeah, Manor Lords, and then we got a cool indie title coming from Thunderfall, Mav. This is from the developers of Power Wash Simulator and Velocity. Looks amazing. Icaro Will Not Die. So Icaro Will Not Die was that very flashy neon-esque one, right? Very fast-paced combat. This looked cool. Can't wait to try it out. I can't wait to see. Hasn't been confirmed for Game Pass yet, but Xbox has a great relationship with Thunderfall. In fact, Jez did an interview with the head of Thunderfall, who used to work for Xbox ID at Xbox. So that's where that connection is made. But Thunderfall, Icaro Will Not Die. Did you have any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, look cool, look a fun, like arcade style game.
Yep, sci-fi, high speed.
Okay, it looks like gameplay is going to be fun in it, right?
Off the charts. Yep. Another indie game, Spirit of the North 2. This was a surprise. Nobody knew that Spirit of the North 2 was in production yet. Spirit of the North 2. I played a little bit of Spirit of the North, the first one. Beautiful, gorgeous game. Emotionally driven, of course, with animals. Depends on how you feel about animals. Animals are like kids to me, so I'm automatically attached to animals. It's just one of those things. Spirit of the North 2, Fox and Raven adventure, puzzles, that kind of stuff through a frozen land. Kind of searching. I think you're searching for a home or something like that as well. Drop Dead Gorgeous, and I was in love with the Fox and the Raven right away. Just a really cool aesthetic to it. So Spirit of the North 2 is coming next year as well, I believe. Yeah, I think that was in the near future. I think that is all they gave us. I believe that one would probably be next year. But Spirit of the North 2 look cool, Mav, right?
Yeah, looks solid.
Yep, looks solid. Then we got another look at RoboCop. RoboCop Rogue City, everybody. Nostalgia hype through the roof. I want to play this eventually. I know the demo was on PC. I never did download it to try it out. I know some people did. Some people said it's exactly what you think it is. Some people said it was a little bit better than what they thought it was going to be. I'm a RoboCop fan. The fact that they lean in so heavily to the first RoboCop, just I'm all about this game. I will eventually play this game, whether on PC or on console. I will eventually play RoboCop Rogue City because I do want to play as RoboCop. I think it looks awesome.
Yeah, after I saw some gameplay footage of the demo, I was more sold on this game. It's interesting for sure, the slow methodical gameplay of it, but like the how hardcore RoboCop it is pretty awesome.
That's what I'm saying. All the sounds are there. Everything is there. Like they've got it down pat. Like that's why I just want to play it. I don't care.
Yeah, it'll be there for the nostalgia reasons of like living in that world regardless of anything else, right?
So. Absolutely. Yep. Dungeons of Hinterberg, another indie title. This is the second time I think we've seen Dungeons of Hinterberg. They went a little bit more in depth this time. Indie RPG that takes place both out in the wild, in the dungeons and kind of areas that you go to in battle, but then you're also creating relationships in town with the townspeople that do add to your actual overall kind of power as you know you go forward. The different relationships that you form in town will help you out in the wild. So no, it doesn't look voiced. It's got the beep 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 beep, beep.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a lot of reading and stuff, but love the artwork in this game. Beautiful looking game. Interesting. It's made by German developers through and through. Even the town is very German-esque. Love what I'm seeing here. And I believe this one is this. Yeah, it's coming to Game Pass in 2024. I'll definitely be checking this out in 2024 and trying it out. But I liked what I saw at Dungeons of Hinterberg. It's not gonna be for everybody, but I thought it was cool.
I like think the gameplay looks pretty cool. The ideas of it and stuff.
Yeah.
The art style for me is a big turn off.
Yeah, I get it. Yep, not for
just
everybody.
A personal thing. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely 1000%. So, but it looks pretty cool. And then the final one is the finals. Mav, a studio that we've been talking about for a long time, a studio that has a tweet from about, oh boy, 4 or 5 years ago now, Mav, where Phil showed up to Embark.
Yeah.
And visited with them. We had this team on our list of potential acquisitions, right? At one point, a long time ago. They've got a very close relationship with Xbox. They are a lot of the Embark team are former old school Battlefield devs, which always will get me and Mav excited. And the finals is their first big game. And it's an extraction shooter. And before you go, oh, extraction shooters are already getting played out. They've got a big twist on this because they are bringing the old school Battlefield Levolution to this game. The destructibility in this game, the fast-paced nature, the art style in this game, the way that the presentation as a game show, Mav, all of that has me a little excited. And it's in open beta right now. You can download on Xbox. They got crossplay between PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox. Go check it out. That's what Steve was talking about when he dropped in here. I want to play this. I want to check it out and see what it plays like. It is going to be a free-to-play game when it does eventually launch. But go check out the beta if you're interested. But the finals looked really good. I love every time they show it off, it looks better and better to me, Mav. Can't wait to try this one.
Any feedback from people yet on the beta?
Not that I'm aware of. I heard remember they had the closed beta a few months ago.
Yeah.
The closed beta a few months ago, people came out of that saying, surprised the hell out of me. Better than I ever could have thought it was going to be. Destructibility is super cool. Like there was a lot of praise for it.
I need to install it and give it a little bit of a go. This is actually, it's a new studio, but this is the game I'm not as excited as much as the other game that they're working on,
which is Arc Raiders.
Yes, Arc Raiders. Got my very much has my interest peaked. Yeah.
Yes.
So looking forward to that one whenever it comes out. It's also free to play, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tando says the finals is mid. Gunplay needs tightening. Okay, that's a fair opinion to come out. If the gunplay isn't tight, then obviously that's something in a shooter that you do need. Again, as ex Battlefield devs, I imagine they will clean that up. But that's good feedback. I can't wait to try them. I can't wait to try it out. But Arc Raiders is definitely the one higher on my list. But the finals looks cool, so I can't wait to try it out. Overall, Matt. So that was the show. Those were the games. Again, just thought how they had it set up, the flow, absolutely, the pacing was on point. There was no breaks outside of them recapping the section of games that they just had done and saying, go to Xbox Wire if you want to learn more about these games. I thought they did a great job reminding everybody the games that they had just shown and then just moving forward with the next game in line. Really, really enjoyed the show. Again, shout out to TiMMEH and the entire crew over there that are putting these shows together. They've got another great format here going forward, man, that I hope they continue to use. Obviously, I believe they will, but I think this is a great format between these and the directs. They really are lining themselves up to keep reminding people about what Xbox has coming down the pipeline from their first party, from the third party, from their indies, all of it. I think this is really working for them right now. And I hope that they hear this feedback because they are monitoring it. They know people love the directs, but I hope the partner preview program, most people that I saw, even if the show was, of course, everybody wants the big surprise or everybody wants the mic drop Game Pass announcement. People wanted to hear about Baldur's Gate 3 update in this one. They didn't get that. Outside of that stuff, most people are saying the format was awesome, that it was really nice paced and that they like that. So I hope they keep this going forward. Do you think so?
I think so. I think we're going to get one every quarter, maybe to every 6 months or so.
Yep.
I think it'll be something they fill in like at times like this when there's not doing another big show right now. We're kind of in between those times and the Game Awards and stuff like that. So you do a show kind of like this in the middle to kind of fill in some stuff, right? So, yeah, good show. I love it. I think maybe next we'll see a couple dev directs and maybe a partner preview show mixed and sprinkled. I don't know if they're going to keep doing like the big Twitch things that they were doing before and stuff like that. I prefer this.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. 1000%.
Do multiple of these instead of one like 4-hour show where you have 30-minute interviews after 3 or 4 trailers and just lose people. Like do multiple of these instead.
Yeah. If she can take what she's doing here, Mav, and she can continue to evolve this with idea at Xbox as well and turn their shows into more like this, yes.
Yeah. And they had like the blog post and everything like prepared right for everything, kind of like we said they should do. Those other things like, hey, shorten it, have your trailers, have your stuff there for people that are interested in the games to see and read more about and all that kind of stuff. Like, yes, do that. You're muted.
Shouldn't be. God dang it. I shouldn't be. I was paying attention this time. Anyways, all right. So that was the preview program. Man, we still got, we got other things to touch on here. But again, all right, let's run through this real quick. Steven Totilo, shout out to Axios, does good work over there as well. Don't always agree with what he writes, but he's a good journalist. He's been doing it for a long time. Yeah. Ubisoft had their financials today, Mav. So a lot of information came out of Ubisoft. So let's touch on some of this stuff because some of it has to do with gaming related. I'll get this one out of the way first. Ubisoft headcount down as of September 2023 is down by more than 1,300 since last year. So they went from 20,729 employees. My God, they're bloated. To 19,410. Company says retention has improved, but company is also doing cost reductions and studio downsizing, which we expected from Ubisoft. All right, let's get to the game stuff, Mav. So they did a game release update on a lot of different games. So let's go. Ubisoft delayed their mystery large game, which we all guessed, and Steven is still they're still not naming it, but we all believe it's Star Wars Outlaws, right? That was their big
name it because the game's already announced.
I don't know, but they just won't do it for their financials. So they delayed their mysterious large game, and of course, Steven put in parentheses Star Wars ? To fiscal year 2024 to 2025, meaning April 2024 or later. We all guessed it was going to be a summer game, right? We all guessed it was going to be a late summer game. It was supposed to, prior to this, they had said it was going to launch by March, right? They now moved it. Okay, fine. No big deal. Yeah. Move Star Wars Outlaws. Again, one of my most hyped games next year, hands down. Game looks freaking amazing. I can't wait. Skull and Bones, Mav. will now release between January and March of 2024.
Okay.
They're saying absolutely will launch.
Absolutely will?
Absolutely will launch. Good luck.
Do you believe it?
No. But yes, I believe they will finally push it out the door.
Will it
yes.
be $70? Or they have changed the model?
No, they will have changed the model. There's no, if they push it out at $70, they are literally pushing it out to TiMMEH. It doesn't matter. If they launch that thing at $70, it's over. I think they should go to free to play. I don't think they're going to do that, but I think that a $40, $50 mark, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they
but
sold Assassin's Creed Mirage for $50, right?
Correct.
Yes. How much was Crew Motorfest? Was it 70 or 60?
70. I believe it was 70. Crew Motorfest. I believe that was 70. I could be wrong, Chad. If you guys know what Crew Motorfest was, 60 or 70, let us know. But I think it was 70.
The game's doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's doing pretty good. It's doing better.
Yeah,
and a lot of people love it.
Kind of a popular casual kind of type of game, right? People love Horizon, and they pretty much copied a lot of that. So
correct. X Defiant, despite recent indefinite delay, slated to still release by the end of March. Division Resurgence, the mobile game, also in that time frame. Assassin's Creed Jade, which is the Assassin's Creed mobile, and Division Heartland still don't have time frames.
I thought it wasn't Jade the big Japan one, or what? Which one's that?
Nope.
Red. That's Red.
Red.
Okay.
Red.
Yeah,
Jade is the mobile one that we saw.
Okay.
It looked actually decent for a mobile game. It
Yeah.
looked Assassin's Creedy. It certainly did. But they don't have time frames. That and Heartland don't have time frames. Just cancel Heartland, please. Just focus on Division 3. Cancel Heartland, or incorporate it into Division 3. Just do that.
Just make it a mode.
Yeah, right. Make it a mode, whatever you want to do. Anyways, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora is still confirmed for December 7th. So that one is still locked for this year. They are doing that. Yeah. So that was Ubisoft. Yeah.
Overall, I mean, at the end of the day, for Ubisoft this year, you have 3 semi kind of big releases all in one year. Towards the end of the year, you had Crew Motorfest, you had Assassin's Creed Mirage, and now coming up Avatar. And both of the other games are doing pretty good.
Yep.
So,
absolutely. Yep.
So for some momentum there for Ubisoft. It's had a little rough.
I always love Ubisoft. So again, don't get me wrong. When there are obviously many decisions I don't agree with that they've done, but I want them to continue to succeed, because they have to succeed for me and Mav and the rest of the fans to have a chance of getting that Splinter Cell game, right? Yeah. They have to continue to succeed elsewhere in order for them to say, yes, let's keep greenlighting the Splinter Cell remake. Please. That's all I care about.
They've announced the game on a blog post. Was it 2 years ago now? A year and a half ago?
Yeah, year and a half, 2 years ago. Yeah.
And we haven't heard anything about it since then, except for one little mention at a Clancy brand type show thing they had. There was also the new head of the division, Julian Garrity. Some
Thank you
positive
for bringing him back.
news.
Yes. Division 3.
So we'll see. Maybe there's some momentum happening here that could be in a positive trend or train for Ubisoft. I'm probably going to get Ubisoft Plus here in the next month or two to catch up on these games.
Right. Exactly. Star Wars Outlaws, if it is everything that we've seen it is, will carry them next year, which is a good thing. I'm more than happy with that.
When they said
again
delayed, was it fiscal year 2020?
24, 25, correct. So they had originally
2025.
No. So their fiscal year 2024, 2025 is, let me bring it back up here again real quick. It would be April or later, but I think their fiscal year 2025 would be the beginning of the end of the year. So April through the end of the year. I can't remember how this works. So
I thought it would be April to March of 2025.
It could be. Sure.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe
the way they've showed it though, Mav,
right.
We got to believe that team is good. That team is great. So I gotta believe they're going to get that thing out next year for sure. So, and that will carry them. That's going to be a huge seller. If it's everything that we've seen and the hype is real, that game is going to carry them next year. It's going to be massive. That could be up for game of the year next year. Early game of the year 2024 stuff right there, folks. Mark that down. Guess what, Mav? Capcom is bringing their RE engine into the next generation.
Yes, I just saw this.
Did you see this? Did you see this, bro?
It's called Rex.
Shout out to Okami Games, another good follow on Twitter. If you're not already following Okami Games, does a lot of breakdown on news, does some gameplay stuff, got some opinions. He's not just a news aggregate guy. Okami Games is a cool dude. Rex is the RE engine for the next generation. And yes, it is pronounced Rex. And yes, of course, as a lot of people, shout out to Shinobi, shout out to a lot of people pointed out, oh, as in T-Rex, as in Dino Crisis, could that be the first game we see on the Rex engine, Mav? But the way they're positioning this, according to Okami Games, the way that they're advertising this, it looks like they're trying to promote it as if they are going to license this engine out to others like Unreal, etc. That they're trying to, because we're fans of the RE engine, right, Mav? We think it looks freaking amazing. It's done very well on current gen consoles. Obviously, it doesn't have a lot of the issues Unreal 5 does. They are probably positioning themselves to market their engine for other people to use. I'm all for it. Go ahead. Everybody jump on board. It said the Rex engine will include all previous features of the RE engine while adding support for new technologies and handling the growing size of assets more efficiently. The video is mostly intended for developers, but this was an interesting little tidbit at the end. So that's what it seems like they're doing, is trying to promote it. Good on Capcom. I'm happy for this. And if we get a Dino Crisis remake to show off the Rex engine, yes, thank you very much. Please, more. Let's go. Right, Mav?
Yeah. RE engine's been amazing. Like, everybody always talks about like Unreal Engine 5 and all these things, but like there's so many great engines, and RE engine like continues to impress every time there's a game launched on it. And it's like,
yep.
Let's go. Let's use this like technology, advance it more, and hey, kudos to them. When they did the RE engine, it was like a brand new start almost for Capcom, right? Yep. And the games started being awesome, and all these great games started coming out with their pipeline. I remember the interview recently at Tokyo Game Show that the Capcom president or CEO, whatever, did with somebody and they were asked kind of about acquisitions and stuff like that. They said, no, we're good. But they also asked him like what it took to be successful in this day and age in gaming. And he said, release a lot of great games, basically. And this is going to help them hopefully do that. So, yeah, shocking, right, Bong? You're on mute again, by the way.
Can't believe you read my lips. Yes, yeah. Shocking.
Shocking.
And Fuzzy did confirm that for Ubisoft's fiscal year, it is April 24 through 25, March 2025. So, yes.
Right.
But yeah, Code Veronica as well. Yes, thank you, Nicholas Lund. Huge Code Veronica fan here. I will take a remake of that. Absolutely. It's my favorite RE game of all time. So that is exciting news. And we're going to get Dragon's Dogma next year. Cross our fingers. That's going to showcase RE engine even more. So Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to be gigantic. Let's see what else we got. Some quick hitters real quick, Mav, and then we'll get everybody out of here. Yep. Outer Worlds celebrating, obviously Private Division put this out because they're the publishers, as weird as that is, of Outer Worlds, of course, by Obsidian. But it is the 4-year mark anniversary, which it feels like Outer Worlds has been out for a lot longer than that, Mav. I was like, 4 years? Hasn't been out for like 6? No, it's only been out for 4 years. They're celebrating 5 million purchased copies of Outer Worlds.
Wow.
Big. That's a big. So
yeah, I think the second game will be pretty big.
It will.
It'll be a pretty big thing.
And it might be exclusive, huh?
I think it will be.
I think it will be.
I
like it. Xbox Wire also put out, Mav, that Xbox will be at Paris Games Week in 2023. They are going everywhere possible.
Let's go. We got so much to show.
November 1st to the 5th, Xbox will be there, and they've already listed some games that are going to be there. Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl will be there. Aura History Untold will be there. Towerborn will be there. Headbangers will be there. Jusant will be there. Starfield will be there. Forza Motorsport will be there. They're going to have around 50 game stations set up and 12 playable games spread over an area of more than 700 meters squared. I don't do meters, so I don't know what that means. But anyways, it's big, right? So it's big.
I think a meter is roughly around the same as a yard.
You should be able to do it. Is that what it is? Yeah, okay.
I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, well, whatever. They're going to have a big presence at the Paris Games Week. Xbox is everywhere now. They are making sure they are not missing a thing. Love to hear it. Love to see it. Again, that's the 1st through the 5th. Keep our ears open. Maybe little nuggets drop. Maybe some impressions from some of those games that we haven't heard before. So we'll see.
Yeah, a meter is 1.09 yards.
Yards. Okay,
so it's a little bit bigger than a yard.
Right. And how many feet in a yard, Mav?
3.
Thank you. So about 2,100 square feet.
Roughly.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Roughly. That's good. That's big. That's your math lesson on PM and the PM, everybody. Thank you for showing up. Yeah. I think that's about it. Oh, we mentioned this earlier. So Destin, shout out to Destin Legary. He put out a short list of how Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 is going. He put out a tweet. PC version runs abnormally. Konami is investigating. The console version looks and runs worse than the 360 PS3 versions. Capped at original native resolution of Bluepoint. Switch physical version does not include the games. Switch version couldn't download bonus content. Frames per second issues on all platforms. Switch especially poor. So again, if you were wondering why Mav and I brought that up, do not. And again, I understand Metal Gear fans. You guys have been waiting for something like this for a long time. I get it. Do not buy this right now. Do not. This is bad. Go watch videos on it. Go watch people playing it. It's bad. This is like they put out. This is like in line with what Take-Two did with worse. I think it's worse, but it's like the same. Like they put no effort into this. This is a cash grab through and through. This is preying upon nostalgia. I don't mind if you hit me with the nostalgia. I don't mind if you say, hey, we know you're just going to buy this because you loved it at one point. I get that. But to not do anything, like Mav and I were saying, this is horrible. This is an abomination. This shits all over what Metal Gear was to Konami, what it did for Konami, what Kojima did for that company. It shits all over and says it's not even worth our time to put effort into. We're just going to sell it to make money, pure and simple. We're not going to do anything to celebrate what these games meant to our fans and to us as a company, which I've always said, don't bother doing this kind of nonsense. Do not put out this bullshit. I am all for remakes. I am all for remasters. If you are going to put the love and care that these massive IP, that these, some of the biggest games that we've ever had in the industry, if you're not going to put the time, passion, and love into them at all, then just don't do it. Leave them as is. They are where they are in history. So be it. Man, this is sad.
When this was first announced, I was really excited. Right?
Yep. So was I.
But fuck you, Konami, for this. Yeah, honestly, like it's a disrespect to the intelligence of consumers, right? And they just think you're a fucking idiot. I mean, they do. Don't buy it. Like this is a piece of crap. No effort, no excuse for existing. Just trying to take advantage of our love for a franchise, and that ain't enough. Yep. Like, so anyway.
Yep, exactly, Ray. If you don't do it right, leave it the F alone. Exactly. That's my point. Just leave it to history. Then just leave it to the history. If you're not going to treat it right, I just can't. It boggles my mind. it boggles my even if I pull myself away as a gamer and a consumer and just go business wise, it boggles my mind that you want to ruin your reputation further, that you want to erode your trust from your consumers, that you want to take a franchise that gave you a large portion of your popularity and your namesake and just flush it down the toilet and say it doesn't matter. Just throw it out there. Let the numbskulls buy it. And we don't care, we'll laugh. Like this is unfathomable to me in 2023, especially when you've got companies like Capcom showing how to do it, and you yourselves are trying to do it internally with a different Metal Gear game by actually bringing it up to par and remaking from the ground up in UE5, and yet you're going to take the classics, the ones that everybody knows, and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people who love Snake Eater. I get it. But the classics that created it, that started it all, you're just going to say, yeah, those aren't worthy. Fuck them. Bullshit. You should be ashamed of yourself, Konami. 1,000%. You should be ashamed.
Or just don't touch them.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. If you're going to do it, don't touch them. Just leave them to history. Let everybody think of them in their beloved manner that they are. Don't touch them. Why tarnish anything? Oh man, I can't stand it. Sucks, man. All right. I don't have anything else. I don't think, Mav, unless you do. Hey, anybody that heard me and Mav talk about Anno 1800, another great strategy game, city builder, just gorgeous, from Ubisoft, who we just talked about. They're having another free-to-play weekend. If you want a palate cleanser from some of the other stuff you've been playing and you kind of have an interest in those types of games, free-to-play weekend PC starting from November 2nd to the 6th, and then the console edition from November 9th to the 13th through Xbox. So you can access it through Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 5, Ubisoft Store, EGS, and Steam. So that, again, PC version will be free 2nd through the 6th, and the console edition from the 9th through the 13th. Beautiful, beautiful game that I want to get back to. I put probably 20 hours plus into it, maybe 30 hours into it. Really, really great game. Mav touched it for a little bit, really liked what he saw, and he said he wanted to go back to it too. Yeah. Go check out Anno 1800.
I forget, is there a Ubisoft Plus subscription that gives you access to PC and console?
No, just PC as far as I'm aware.
So it's two separate subscriptions.
I'm pretty
right?
sure that's the way. I'm pretty sure that's the way that. Yeah, that's the way that Steel explained it to me, is that it is one or the other.
Yeah. So I'll just do the console one when I do it, but because this is a game I do want to go back to also. The only downside, I mean, like it did have some like bugs and glitches at first, and it was running at 30, but like it's a city builder, so you're not really moving the screen barely at all. So the 30 frames didn't really matter.
No.
Like, I mean, there's like hardly any movement there, right? So that didn't matter. Graphically, it was crazy impressive.
The details,
it was gorgeous. The way that the mechanics work, the building the cities was all fantastic. I was loving that. There's a lot more depth to it and stuff that I really want to touch on. There's just been so many damn games to play, man. But yeah, that's one of them. Like that was this year too, right? That launched, or was it last year?
Man, it's all running together. Last year,
I think the free play was this year.
Yeah, the free.
I don't know.
Maybe it was this year. Maybe it was spring. Maybe it was early this year. Right before Hogwarts. Yeah, it was right before Hogwarts. I bet you, because that's when I stopped playing. I think when Hogwarts came out.
No, Jesse says I heard anal 1800. No, what I said was
anal.
I said 1-800-anal.
Yeah, it was right before Hogwarts came out, Mav, because that's why I stopped playing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it was this year. Yep. Absolutely, go try that game out though.
Pretty solid year for them, man. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, real quick too, Mav. I won't end it on nonsense here. Everybody keep your eyes on one Mr. Casey Hudson. If you guys don't know who Casey Hudson is, one of the OG massive creative talent from BioWare, Mass Effect, one of the Mass Effect leads, one of the creators of Mass Effect. He started his own studio, Humanoid Origin, it's now called. They changed the name a little bit. Humanoid Origin. They are working on a sci-fi game. He put out a tweet that said, it's so hard to be working on exciting stuff and not be able to share it with you. So we put a few new concepts and other teasy bits in there. And he was referring to their new website. So go. Humanoid Origin also has a Twitter account, X, formerly known as Twitter. They put out a link to their website. They've got a nice video in there. Interestingly enough, in their main video that pops up when you hit their site, multiple sightings of Xbox controllers. Everybody, just saying, kind of cool. But they are working on a sci-fi RPG game, and they're going back. He also put out a post with a bunch of old school space books, meaning they are taking influence from those older school space books, much like Starfield did. Keep your eyes on this one. When they get ready to show something, I'm going to be all over this. A sci-fi RPG from Casey Hudson and a lot of former BioWare devs and other big devs from across the industry.
Yep, I have a feeling, and just from the little glimpses you can see on the screens and stuff, this is
they got
be
a bunch
like
of art in there.
It's going to be like a spiritual successor to Mass Effect.
Correct. Yeah. Casey loves space. He loves sci-fi. It's going to be special. Again, we don't get enough sci-fi. You could say, well, there's lots of sci-fi. Yeah, but we still don't get enough sci-fi.
Not enough big sci-fi RPGs. That's for damn sure. Let's go. Starfield was like the epitome for me, but Mass Effect was that before Starfield.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we have another couple of potential ones coming up in the future. Like, was it So Sony Santa Monica or that might be making one, right?
Corey and his team are working on that one. That's the rumors, is that it is a sci-fi RPG. So we'll see.
If that's what it is, yeah.
Yep.
And then Infinity Ward's making a multiplayer supposed to be spacey, like MMO kind of game, right? Potentially
with ex-BioWare devs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the time. Technology's finally caught up. Sci-fi has been very hard to do in the past because of technology-wise. It's really hard to get a lot of the future stuff down, but we're seeing it more and more, obviously, as we move forward. So more people are going to go back to it and take advantage. But this is, again, the expansion of the industry. Casey Hudson left BioWare. Obviously, EA did what they did to BioWare, tore it apart. Casey left, one of the founders, one of the most creative talents out of that whole entire group, and formed his own studio. And we'll see. This could be the next big sci-fi RPG to come out from an indie studio created by somebody that used to be a part of a bigger one, right? That's how this industry works. So shout out to Casey, though. I wanted to end it on that map. That's exciting to me. I can't wait. And yeah, everybody go check out their website. It's looking phenomenal. In fact, here's what I'll do. Hold on for a second. I'll drop the link to their website in our chat so you guys can go see the intro video and then go take a look around. They show off a lot of artwork in there and stuff. Very interesting stuff. So there's the link. I just threw it in the chat for you guys. Go check them out and keep your eyes open and peeled. It sounds like they're building something big. So, and again, Xbox controllers in hand multiple times. Let's go. All right. What a show, Mav. What a show. We had a lot of business talk, big industry stuff dropping. Again, changes on both sides that, depending on perspective, can mean different things. But man, Xbox, today's announcements really were a cap to this whole ABK deal, really solidifying the future. And I thought we talked about that in great detail, our thoughts on it, got our opinions out there, but just what a great show. In chat, you guys were engaged. You know, we had nearly 300 people here at one time. Obviously, the excitement's up in the community. Just, this is the fun stuff, man. This is why we come here each and every week. Every week that we can, we're here talking about whatever news there is or whatever ideas we have. But these weeks are always special when this stuff is going down. Love to see this happening. So shout out to everybody who showed up, and joined in the discussions. And if you were just lurking, listening, appreciate you, love you, respect you all the same for it. Thank you for joining me and Mav tonight on this episode of PM and the PM. Mav, brother, Xbox Ultimate, we're going to have some new opinions tomorrow night. We're going to have some big talks tomorrow night. I imagine we got Fuzzy. We're going to have Psycho in there. We're going to have Jaspy. Who else? Maybe Game Pass Dad will show up. We're going to have a lot, man. And it's going to be cool to hear other people's perspectives. Yeah. What else you got coming up, brother?
Tomorrow night's Xbox Ultimate, like you said. It's going to be, I think there's a lot of excitement over everything Xbox right now. So tune in because it's going to be a blast. Well, we sometimes let the shenanigans run wild, though. And it's always fun for that as well. But Mondays, we got Fun Speculation Podcast at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then every Tuesday, Fun Pop at 10 p.m. Eastern time as well. Which this week we're watching Hereditary. So that way we can give our thoughts on that because we're kind of doing horror movies this month. We all watched 3 Bits Horrible movie that he recommended last week. So that was interesting. But now this one's it's going to be good. I have a feeling. So, but yeah, other than that, thanks, man. And what about you, Pong Soul?
Everybody knows the
drill.
drill.
You got any more 2-year-old shows I can share out on Twitter? Because I retweeted a show.
No, it was just a post to come over and see Living Split Screen. It wasn't even a specific show. It was just, hey, no, it was just come and check us out and subscribe, right? That's all it was. But that was hilarious. And people picked up on it. People, Doom Reaper just retweeted it again, too.
Funny.
So shout out to Doom Reaper. And shout out to everybody who retweeted that. It was funny because Mav just did it by accident because somebody asked for Mav's Twitter handle, X handle, right? Underneath that post. So I responded to it, and then Mav saw it because I put @Fun Speculation, right? Yeah. And so Mav saw it and just thought it was like some new Living Split Screen post, and he retweeted. I was like, "Hey, thanks, brother. Appreciate that shout out from 2 years ago. That's cool, man." But it worked. Other people picked up on it, so thanks, brother. No, everybody knows the drill by now. Again, thank you all for being here. Love you all. It's Pong Soul on X, formerly known as Twitter. Pong Soul on Xbox. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Otherwise, tomorrow night I'll be joining the Ultimate Crew. Obviously, we'll be having good conversations. I kind of take a back seat some of these nights to let everybody else get their opinions out after Mav and I spend 3-4 hours here talking about it. But it's always interesting to hear other perspectives and see what people are thinking right now. Mav brought one up tonight that I hadn't thought about. Obviously, that Sarah was probably going to be the face going forward instead of Phil. So that's why I love that show. And again, we go left a lot, so I'm sure we'll have some nonsense in there as well. And then, of course, Saturday mornings, as we were just talking about, you got to be ready for Living Split Screen. I know there's a lot to listen to on Saturdays now. There's a lot of shows. When me and Steele started, there wasn't. But again, multiple tabs up. Come join us. Again, we're going for 3+ hours. Normally, past 2 shows have been nearly 5 hours. So we just talk until we can't talk anymore. We feel like we've done enough. Steele and I love it. We love our community that we have there. We have a nice group of people that show up each and every Saturday and talk. A lot of good discussion in the chat. Much like here, you're going to get good conversations in there. So drop on by, check me and Steele out. Living Split Screen, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Split Screen is all one word. And then, of course, Saturday night, we took a random night off last week. So, unfortunately, PTK had something going on last minute, so we had to cancel the show last week. But the Shop podcast, Saturday night, it's the place to be to end your Saturday night. More people have been coming by. Love to see it. It's just a chill time where we talk a lot of these topics, but again, different perspectives. This week, last week's guest is coming back to actually do the show. So Slow-Mo Backslap will be there with PTK Blam, Fuzzy, and myself. Going to be interesting. Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Tuesday's Xbox Factor. Boom's been knocking it out of the park time and time again, covering all these breaking news stories. But Tuesdays, Xbox Factor podcast, special place for me, even if I'm not there. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. All good things green. And then right back here, God willing, next Thursday for another episode of PM in the PM with my brother from another, Mav, aka Fun Speculation, aka the CEO of the Fun Speculation Network. Let's go. Golden Age is here, people. Golden Age of gaming is upon us. Just good game, great game after good game after great game, just dropping wherever you're playing. Get out there, enjoy it, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to y'all real soon. Mav, get us out of here, brother.
Right on, man. Everyone, have a great night. Peace out. Bye.